warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com, EmmonsRoofing.com.
Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer and point-of-sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars, PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgraded to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit pdqpos.com.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never the victim of a rideshare accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a rideshare injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
You've walked past that kitchen 1,000 times, and every time you've thought, someday. Well, this May, someday is now. Kitchen Magic in Nazareth is offering up to 30% off with financing options for every budget. We're a family-owned business that's been transforming local kitchens and bathrooms since 1979, and we'd love to transform yours. Stop putting it off. Visit kitchenmagic.com and finally get the kitchen you've always wanted. Create your dream home with a home equity loan from American Heritage Credit Union. With home equity, you have lots of options. You can complete home improvement projects, fund a family vacation, consolidate bills, or pay for school tuition. Celebrating 250 years of the American dream. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/homeequity to learn more. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
The Don Stenslin Show. Don Stenslin live and local on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local. Excellent show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Double Dawn coming up in just a few moments. Dawn Fantasia, obviously Assemblywoman, Republican Assemblywoman from New Jersey. So she'll join me momentarily because there's so much going on in New Jersey, obviously, with what happened at that ICE facility in North Jersey, obviously. But, you know, making a lot of national headlines. So putting that in perspective, among other things. And it's the first day of the early voting as well. So good time to check in with Dawn Fantasia. It's so funny that, I don't know, are you a person that you like when other people have your name or you don't? So for me, and I don't know if Dan, if you have a feeling about this, some people hate it when somebody else has their name. Mm-hmm. For me, the name Dawn is a little more unusual. So if anybody, even there's a tree called a Dawn redwood, which grows in this area. I love Dawn trees. I love Dawn dish soap, and I love Dawn Fantasia.
Wait, do you only use Dawn dish soap?
Yes, exclusively, because it's the name.
I love that.
I'm like a little Trumpish like this. You know what I mean? Like if it had so somebody, and she's also brunette. She's so beautiful and vibrant and conservative female. So of course I love Dawn Fantasia, but I double down on anybody named Dawn. It's just my thing. What
do you think of Nina Simone's Feeling Good? I mean, where it's a new dawn, it's a new day.
I love it.
Hey, we actually do have Dawn Fantasia. I'm going to screen her real quick, and we'll get her in about 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Fantastic. So Dawn Fantasia upcoming. And like I said, it's the first day of the early voting, started this morning in New Jersey, and then goes until obviously the 31st, and then we have primary day. I know, I love this, and thank you. Because a lot of people play the other versions, but I love this version. As far as it's a new dawn, it's a new day. Mm-hmm. A new day. Just for you, Dawn Fantasia. Assemblywoman, good to have you here. Good morning. How about that intro?
Morning. How are
you? Doing great. So we were just playing that. I don't know if you know the song. Of course, you probably do, right?
What do you mean you don't know if she knows the song? It's a new dawn. It's a new day.
It's a new dawn, a new day, and I'm feeling. So we're playing it just for you. Sometimes
I love it.
So we wanted to check in with you and check with, first of all, your reaction to what was going on. Memorial Day, obviously a somber day for so many, obviously for our nation, thinking about the fact that freedom is not free on a serious note, and think about all the parades, the commemorations, flag-lined streets, flags across, veterans cemeteries, as well as flag-lined streets too. And that the governor of New Jersey chose it, as well as Senator, Andy Kim choosing it as a day to hold a protest, and what ICE is saying is a protest based on lies and a stunt. Your reaction to what happened outside that detention center?
Honestly, I'm appalled. What struck me the most wasn't even the politics end of it. It was the timing. Yesterday being Memorial Day, I know myself, my peers, spent the majority of the day with veterans and at kind of somber parades and ceremonies and different stories. We heard a lot of speakers that talked about different stories of people I know in my hometown yesterday. We had our historian tell us about some of the members of the military who had lost their lives and whatnot. That's what the day is supposed to be about. So at the same time, we had these elected officials and activists using Delaney Hall as a stage for a political spectacle. The timing wasn't accidental. It was purposeful. And here's what I keep coming back to, Dawn. If your genuine goal is to help somebody, if you have a humanitarian goal, your first call is usually not to a camera crew on a holiday.
Yeah. Yeah, especially on this holiday. Even, I think of, Dawn, to your great point, because you think about all of the like you're saying, Gold Star families, and who even, by the way, will remind us Memorial Day is for those who've paid the ultimate price, not necessarily just thanking all all law enforcement for their service, right? But specifically thinking about those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. This is supposed to be solemn and respectful. And so it was. I think you're right that it was also just so disrespectful. And I think it was on purpose to not be respectful of military in general, because of maybe President Trump and Hegseth. I'm not really even sure, but also because it was ahead of today. They knew that today is the first day of the early voting in New Jersey. I mean, just what a lame low blow.
It was a spectacle. You know, even former Congressman Tom Malinowski came in with the most tepid. He shared my post and then tried to clap back, and with the most tepid response saying, you know, oh, you can honor Memorial Day and then go out and advocate for the people who those soldiers, you know, died for. But, I mean, it was the absolute lamest way to justify megaphones in a crowd looking for a confrontation. You know, and then we had, obviously, our Senator Andy Kim, who got caught in the shrapnel. He wound up catching pepper spray in the middle of it. So my question is, what are elected officials doing in the middle of that type of escalating situation? You see video of him with a megaphone, and he's trying to, you know, calm down the crowd, and the crowd turns on him. He starts saying, okay, I'm trying to negotiate some kind of deal where you're going to move the obstructions, which, by the way, are incredibly illegal. You know, the, quote, peaceful protesters are dragging concrete and construction debris out of a dumpster to block egress, you know, and entrance to the facility. He says, you're going to move that, and then I'm going to be able to take a look and make sure none of your loved ones are being transported out unbeknownst to you. And then they start screaming and swearing at him, and then they start, you know, the riot, the aggressiveness, thus then the reaction from DHS. And I said this, I called this, and it was so predictable, Dawn. I said, cue the mainstream media turning them into martyrs and saying these peaceful protesters were attacked by ICE. You know, there's such intentional ignorance around this. Nowhere else can you behave this way and call it peaceful. But if you slap a D next to your name in New Jersey and you're elected, this becomes a peaceful protest. Yeah. It's insanity.
Yeah, well said. That the media narrative, unfortunately, it does matter. And that's why it is important for citizen journalists or anybody who was there. I'm thankful that they were putting out videos and showing what was really going on. And at one point during the video where Senator Kim was, you know, by his, like you said, his own crowd, so-called, you know, got the pepper spray or whatever. And then you see somebody trying to get it out of his, get it out of his, you know, eyeglasses or his eyes. And earlier, Matt Rooney was just on, and he quoted you on social media saying maybe he'll donate those eyeglasses to the Smithsonian as he's a victim, right?
Well,
pretty funny.
It's a spectacle. I mean, the same thing happened, you know, after January 6th. He went out in that infamous blue suit, and he's picking up water bottles and putting them in a trash can, and then I'm going to donate this suit to the Smithsonian to document this, you know, political tragedy. I mean, it is nonstop performance. I mean, we truly are in New Jersey the Hollywood of the East Coast, because the amount of melodrama, I look at it this way. If a constituent reached out to me, even on my side of the aisle, and said, hey, I'm concerned. I have a family member that's in there. Can you please help me find some information? You know, my first call is to DHS to say, can you please help? We have a family. They're unsure about what's happening with the person that's in there. And you have conversations and you mediate and you try to help. You don't bring a news crew and a megaphone and act like a jackass on the most somber holiday we have in the United States. It make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's really a sin. You know, I know that you had proposed some legislation as your assemblywoman, obviously assembly member, for farmers, and I just wanted to get your take on that state of emergency declared in New Jersey over troubled agriculture for farmers. Can you give us any perspective on that? You know, I think of Jersey Fresh. I love, you know, obviously in the summertime, nothing like Jersey Fresh fruits and veggies and tomatoes and the blueberries especially. Can you give us any update on agriculture for New Jersey and what's going on, and maybe your take on this governor? Is she doing enough to help our farmers?
Well, I'm not going to give full commentary on whether she's doing enough to help the farmers, because I believe that her budget clearly shows us where her priorities are, and they certainly aren't with farmers in New Jersey. What I can say is traditionally when things like this happen, a lot of that funding comes from the federal level. So any kind of natural disasters, flooding, in this case, this unprecedented freeze that, wasn't matching the calendar, typically that really, really hurt us. Our goal was to help instigate federal response. And I think the governor did make the right call by declaring that state of emergency. I mean, that definitely opens the door for federal funds to flow. It's also incredibly important. Our Farm Bureau did a really good job with outreach to the farmers to clearly document what their losses were, to be incredibly specific. I know Rutgers also collects that information because they are highly, highly involved in farming and agriculture in the state. They're kind of like our hub. And it's very helpful that they have that, because that is the best shot for farmers to receive compensation for what just happened. So as far as that piece goes, I feel like everything is working in tandem to really try to get those federal dollars to the farmers and get some kind of assistance.
And for New Jersey, when I think about education, obviously that's your first love, as somebody who works within education and with your degrees that we've talked about in the past. But there are so many complaints about the disproportionate funding within New Jersey, how it's unequal, it's unfair. I remember I had covered, when I still worked for Jersey Matters, the TV station before they sold, and covering in Trenton all of those issues with, especially, I'll give Tom's River as an example, but just talking about different parental groups and some areas where they've made huge cuts. What do you see within New Jersey's educational system and the status of what's going on within our schools?
Well, honestly, that is a loaded question for a real quick segment. So I'll give you the shortest explanation I possibly can. New Jersey's been under Democrat legislative control for the better part of 25 years, and they continue to stick a Band-Aid on every problem they see. They refuse to accept the reality in front of them. Now, New Jersey school funding formula has a severely fatal flaw, and that flaw is not even where everybody points at the Abbott decision, which did say that students and economically challenged or students at risk would require additional funding. Everybody points to that immediately, but to me, the larger problem is how New Jersey determines what your, quote, local fair share is for your town. What they do is they split down the middle, and when they figure out their formula, 50% of their weighted formula takes into account the income of a community, but the other 50% takes into account your property values. And that's where it all goes awry. Imagine a retired senior citizen living in some of these shore communities where the shoreline properties have flown through the roof, and this person's living on a fixed income. They think they're the Rockefellers. They think they're a millionaire, and they weigh what they think their fair share is, and their fair share is not even remotely what they could possibly pay because of severely inflated property tax values. Now, couple that with areas like Jersey City, who had delayed their property tax revaluations for the better part of 35 years. So you had, millionaires living on the waterfront paying the same as someone living in a bungalow in Sussex County. That's problematic. And then lastly, you have areas in New Jersey that are development restricted under the Highlands, where we provide water, drinking water, to about 6 million New Jerseyans. Even in the big cities, we send the water to Newark. And we are development restricted, so we can't change our ratables. So we are actually growth restricted, yet there's no money that comes back to allow for that in the formula. So it really, the problems, the obvious fix, the Republicans have put forward a really comprehensive school funding plan that falls within all the legal parameters in the New Jersey Constitution. But the Democrats are, I don't know if they're too pride or ego-driven to actually bring it to the table, because it would really offer property tax relief and make sure schools are funded accurately.
Well, Dawn, New Jersey's Assemblywoman, Dawn Fantasia, we appreciate you. Hope you come back. We'd love to hear, you have such a great grasp of all the issues obviously going on, but we always appreciate you, Dawn. And not just because your name's Dawn, but it's kind of nice. We have fun with it too.
I don't know many Dawns, but it's nice to talk to you. I'll tell you that.
New Jersey's Dawn Fantasia. Thank you. Thanks a million. Thanks for all your hard work in New Jersey.
Thank you.
Take care. We got to get ready. Yeah, to ride in style this summer, maybe with that new or certified luxury vehicle you've been wanting. And my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles are always here for you, seriously, to assist you in your unique vehicle search, as we say. And that's really across the tri-state region. So whether it's New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, the Piazza Premium family featuring dealerships across our region. So find your Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche, Infiniti, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Jaguar, or Land Rover. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. That's Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year, and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. redpocket.com.
My name is Mary Viney, and I started with Crash Proof in 2011. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Because of all the chaos that's going around the world today, the uncertainties, it's important to get your money off of risky markets and put it in a safe place. In 2026, with Crash Proof, I am earning over 20%. I was expecting to earn about 4 to 6, but it was over 20%, which is phenomenal. And what's nice is that's interest that I get to keep. It makes me feel good that I'm earning money, especially with the market going up and down. So this is the time, if you don't want to be under a lot of stress or pressure about your money, Crash Proof is the way to go.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, June 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You know I love summer vacation, and the Zioli family, we love Cape May, and we love the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, and you will love it too. Book a June midweek stay, and you're going to save big time because you're going to get resort credits back. The longer you stay, the more you save. 3 nights get you $60 a night in resort credits, 5 nights get you $70, and 7 nights get you $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use those resort credits to get food and beverages at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or the gift shop. Take the family on a whale watching boat cruise. But you got to book direct with them for the best rates and to get your resort credits. So go to grandhotelcapemay.com. And the Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding or special event. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. But they always sell out for the summer, so make sure you make your reservations today. You'll love the outdoor pool, the indoor pool, you'll love it all. grandhotelcapemay.com.
You've put in the work to get that first job, moved up the ranks, or started a family. Now it's time to take your success to the next level. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we're here to help you keep that momentum going with educational programs built around real-world, in-demand career skills. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus timeless skills like leadership, communication, critical thinking, and more. Affordable, accredited, and online. A UMGC education fits your life, so you can keep growing while you keep going. You've succeeded before. Now succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by June 1st, and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Local headlines this morning. Hi, Dawn Stensland here reporting to you on this, well, what should be an 80-degree day. So, of course, now that the weekend is over, we warm up into the 80s. And by Thursday, I think it looks like the humidity drops as well. Earlier this morning, just updating you, still searching for a suspect is a South Philadelphia father of 3 recovering after that violent assault. I mean, this guy was beaten, reportedly, according to the police, to an inch of his life. He's a middle-aged man, mid-40s, 46 years old, German Corona, works 13-hour days, couple different jobs, walking home, South Philadelphia.
You want that footage?
And, yeah, if we can show that on our, if you're watching, thank you if you're joining us on YouTube as well as Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
The sounds of a brutal assault captured on Ring video in South Philadelphia that left a father of 3 hospitalized.
My nose is broke, and I got 3 staples in my back.
German Corona was walking home from work on Oregon Avenue around 10:30 Friday night when on the 2500 block of 10th Street, he noticed he was being followed.
When I see 2 guys, I move it to the other side. So I think when they see me, I move to the other side, they start running.
Corona seen here walking with a backpack on as a group follows behind him. One points and they close in.
They don't say anything.
No words were exchanged. The apparent random assault happening just off camera. The 46-year-old believes he was hit with something on the back of the head and knocked unconscious.
Yeah, so when I woke up, I see a lot of blood on the floor.
When he came to, the group continued beating him.
And they tell me, give me the money.
And so in this one, you have to wonder if Mr. Corona was, obviously if you work in the restaurant industry and you're a tipped employee, maybe they were targeting him. Maybe they followed him. That's what I suspect out of this. I don't know for sure, but he works on a Friday evening. He's walking home. It's 10:30 at night.
Yeah.
And I know when I waitressed my way through journalism school, but that was something that we were always aware of because they know that you're tipped in cash. So you're going to have, if you're any good, right, at your profession, you're going to have at least $100 and hopefully, like he said, $200 in cash.
That's a fantastic. I mean, I hope the police are listening and following up on that kind of lead because Investigator Dawn's right on the case, I think.
Well, I would, obviously nowadays, thanks to, in the past, you would not have people turning them in, right? These are thugs. They could be underage teens. In the past, you would always have the plea from police for somebody to come forward and turn them in. But nowadays, especially with Mr. Corona where he works, his employer, perhaps usually what they'll do in something like this, they'll backtrack the cameras and hopefully the cameras tell the story. And so are these individuals, because I'll tell you this, that I'm sure the police are already way ahead of us, but we all like to be the armchair detective. But in this, there are probably other muggings and robberies. And so perhaps that because he's somebody who's legally here, but he has an accent, he's obviously first generation, right? So sometimes they'll target people who they perceive, and I want to get to a sanctuary city. That's where I'm going with this. So when you have a sanctuary city or sanctuary state, and if you're in law enforcement, you could preach this all day long.
City,
yeah. Thank you, former mayor. But if you are in a so-called sanctuary county, city, state, unfortunately, you encourage crime against people who are here illegally. Why? Because if they get beaten bloody, they do not want to report it. They don't even want to go get treatment. This man was beaten unconscious. Neighbors then heard him, crying out for help and ran out and called 911. But oftentimes people who are illegal, so-called, they do not want to report the crime because they're here illegally.
Ooh.
Okay? And so you basically supersize the odds of somebody who's here illegally becoming a crime victim because the perpetrators they know that if they beat you up, you're not going to report it. You're not going to testify against them for fear. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
For fear that person never wants treatment, never wants to report it. And so it basically encourages them to become victims of crimes. That's real.
Evidence for your claim. Just a couple weeks ago, we saw a couple of those massage shops down in Chinatown get hit.
Exactly.
And me and my friends, our first discussion was, well, if you're a criminal and you know these people are less likely to report the crime, well, make them a target.
So this gentleman, obviously, so if you're first generation and you became a citizen or you're following the proper pathway and all that, hopefully, it's a weird silver lining, I suppose. This man could have been killed, and the neighbors, the witnesses telling police, it's sick. The man was unconscious. That's what some of the video shows. He was out cold, and they were still kicking and beating this man. So thank God Mr. Corona survived, hardworking family man, but he will testify, and then hopefully they bring these young people who are, even if they're underage, I hope they are charged as adults and hopefully go to jail for doing this type of crime. But I have no doubt that whoever beat him has beaten others before, and maybe those other victims were silenced by the fact that because they're here illegally. So it really makes me sick to think of the level of violence that anybody would think it's okay to beat somebody so they're unconscious and then continue to beat them and run off with the cash. It's sick. So do we have Frank? Just Frank and Ian?
Just Frank today.
Because it's not Monday. Usually their day is always Monday, but it's Tuesday, short work week. So yesterday, Frank is texting me, hey, I know you and Ian were, hopefully the fact that you were out of town yesterday, you were enjoying out-of-town festivities with family and not working. But good to have you here today, Frank.
Well, it's always good. Any day is a good day to be on WPHT 1210. So thank you for having me, Dawn and Dan.
Well, we appreciate it. And so, what were you? Can I ask? Was it personal? Were you working? What were you guys?
It was personal. So
Okay,
it was one
good.
of them rare trips that we
Good.
weren't covering protests and running away from Antifa. But yes, it was personal. We went down Wildwood, so we had a ton of fun. And unfortunately, I caught more sun this morning coming into the studio than I did all weekend in Wildwood. But I can't complain. We had fun.
Frank, you were one of the guys down at that meetup that got canceled, huh? You were going to go to the teen party on the beach?
See the horses.
I wasn't going to go there, but I did see a lot of police presence on the boardwalk and whatnot. They have a curfew on the boardwalk now, and they're trying to stop people from going on at night, especially minors.
A pop-up party promoted on social media planned for Sunday shut down by Wildwood police before it could take off.
And there were 5 cops on the porch, and they seemed like they were arguing with the people inside, and the next thing I knew, they were coming in and out, packing their cars up.
The party was planned at this short-term rental on West Montgomery Avenue. The homeowner tells us it had been booked for 6, but there were at least 15 people there when police arrived Saturday afternoon.
Bravo.
Wow.
Bravo.
Yeah, good for what. And, I've been reporting on this leading up to this in news, just putting the word out there because these laws have changed, even stricter, even tougher. I mean, it's still the backpack rule, right? But as far as right now, shutting down the boardwalk overnight, but for the youths, for anybody under 18, get off the boardwalk by 10 o'clock. I mean, so for everybody, I love Wildwood. And I always say, Wildwood, they're my people. They're more you can safely wear a MAGA hat in Wildwood or North Wildwood, which is sweet.
Well, President Trump had a massive rally
Yes.
in Wildwood in 2024, I believe.
I was there.
You were there. How was it?
It was awesome. Because it's because you feel I don't know. I loved all of the rallies. It's, in all seriousness, that's what you say. You go, these are my people. And it's just so much fun. It's a blast.
Yeah.
It was almost like a tailgate, wasn't it? It was just a citywide tailgate with the camaraderie of everyone together.
Yeah.
And
Beautiful.
Beautiful
The
day down there.
entirety of Philadelphia and South Jersey go to Wildwood on Memorial Day weekend and other weekends. It really is just little South Philly down there. So it's a good place to be. I've seen a ton of people who have been lifelong friends. So a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's great. And I think, first of all, if for anybody, and I have some of my friends who bought in on North Wildwood and Wildwood, and now those property values are like because
astronomical.
Because for a long time it was affordable. So, it's like brilliant, Shore Point. But, as far as the curfew goes, I think the thing deterring Wildwood property values, right, was always the reputation.
Yeah,
and I think that's what we're seeing with police cracking down.
Yeah, and I'm glad they are because it was getting a little bit out of control last year and the year before. So hopefully they can crack down this year and really protect the residents of Wildwood and the people who go down with families to enjoy the town, because that's really what it's all about. The boardwalk is historic. It's been there for a long time, and no Shore Point has a better boardwalk than Wildwood, I would argue at least.
There's one concerning thing, though.
Yes, Dan?
From Hank Johnson.
My fear is that the whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize.
Capsize. Yeah, well, I was bummed out that, Don Jr. and Bettina, rather than the Bahamas, why not Wildwood? That would have been a nice wedding spot.
Yeah, that would have been historic.
It's quite a difference between the Bahamas.
Come on.
The white sandy beaches of the Bahamas.
Well, they could always go to Wildwood for a few days and then go to the Bahamas. That would be good. A good compromise there, but
compromise.
Or do the opposite. It's like post prom. You go down to Wildwood after the wedding.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So I know that, the last time we spoke, we were talking about Chris Rabb and what was going on in Philadelphia. What do you have any new videos for us with
William
Surge
Small.
Philly?
William Small is running in D3 for Congress. Unfortunately, he is not going to be on the ballot, but on Election Day or a few days before, he went and he spoke out at a Chris Rabb rally, and it was pretty interesting. Unfortunately, Chris Rabb did not want to have a conversation with him
What a
or
shocker.
even debate him. William Small offered to pay for a debate with Chris Rabb, but he didn't want to do it. But this is the video of William Small speaking out at that Chris Robb event. I got the firsthand account, and I also got to interview William Small after. But a pretty interesting back and forth there.
You are pro-illegal immigration. I am pro-American citizen. I am pro-American citizen. Why does Philadelphia have the highest wage tax in the country? No other city has a higher wage tax than us. Why do we have the worst school district out of every major city in the United States of America? Why? Pull out your phones right now and see what counties in Pennsylvania do better academically than Philadelphia. And Google will tell you Philadelphia is last.
So what are the conservatives currently doing? Because we out here trying to enjoy the day and you yelling at all the people for what?
Everybody who was under the food stamp program, their benefits went down in January. Do you know why? Because funds had to be allocated to illegal immigrants. When our wage tax is the highest in the country, when our seniors are
I just pause and make note of the guy's facial tattoos that he's arguing with.
Yeah, so what I notice when I think about either, I think about Alante, our friend John, or you think about William Small, what we're seeing, and I can't imagine that this is welcome news in Philadelphia, but African-American members of the community stepping up and speaking the truth.
Yeah, because many members of the African-American community understand that the illegal immigration into Philadelphia and into the United States has hurt the black community more than anything else, because now resources that were once allocated to American school children, black, white, or Asian, really any American citizen, are now going towards these illegal migrants in our schools, in healthcare. They're driving up prices all across the board, and it's harming the people who make the least money the most.
Yeah, I mean, and so you think about the fact, that they are out there and trying to push this forth, but also I think of the so-called original Black Panthers, and I've talked about them, that they've been trying to crack down on the different community patrol groups who sort of model themselves and and dress in all dark clothing, and they're armed, by the way.
Yeah.
But, they actually have spoken out and said they don't like the illegals fuel crimes, fuel drugs and gangs. And so now, we're starting to see movement on this issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a unifying issue for many because, again, those resources are much needed into our communities, especially communities that are worse off financially. And the African-American community does struggle financially. They do live in worse zip codes, and that's where the illegal immigrants are going, and it's really diverting resources. And it's also, when you have undocumented people in a community, they're not accounted for. It leads to crime, even if they're not the ones committing crime, because they're vulnerable. In the video we seen just a little bit before, where hopefully a legal migrant was attacked by a group, and the chances that that person was attacked by the group because they were, number one, a restaurant worker, number two, didn't really maybe appear to be a immigrant, are pretty high. They just look vulnerable. So it leads to crime in many different ways. If we're going to have immigration, it needs to be legal. It needs to be documented so that everybody is protected under the law and that everybody can be accounted for. If not, it is a public safety hazard.
Yeah, and just, going over this as far as, looking, we don't do a lot of polling on this, but just all the different reporting locally. Not illegal immigration is not a popular issue for our community in Philadelphia, for the African-American community, competition for jobs, municipal resources. That's why it amazes me that Philadelphia City Council passed that historic legislation last month in late April, which, first of all, it was stupid because if you look at it, it really doesn't do anything. It's kind of a moot point.
Yeah, the ICE out legislation was really indicative of how out of touch city council is, and a lot of black leaders are with the people at large and the black community especially, who are fed up. That's why you see Black people voting in record numbers for President Trump, especially in Philadelphia, getting 22% of the Black community's vote, which is higher than really ever before in modern history. People are fed up and they want basic law and order in our communities because that's what's going to help people. Chris Rabb, somebody who supports illegal immigration, somebody who believes that nobody's illegal on stolen land, as they say, he's somebody who advocated for reparations in the state government. Well, why are you going and trying to do something that's impossible while supporting legislation and policies that affect the community you're trying to help the most? It's very hypocritical and it's virtue signaling at the end of the day.
You know, the last time we talked, and you and Ian were working on some different investigative reports, and by the way, bipartisan. Sometimes, I think in one of our last, meetings on one of our last Mondays, we talked about, some Republicans being accused of being part of the fleecing of America, as I call it, the fraud stuff. But as you move forward, what is Surge Philly? What are you focusing on?
Well, today we're actually going to be going to New Jersey to cover the protests outside of the ICE facility. We're also going to be doing more investigations. We want to do an investigation close to heart for everybody in Philadelphia very soon. We might be headed to Kensington, but we'll see about that. We're still in the developmental phase of that. But we really are going to be going to all cities on the East Coast, covering what is happening on the ground and showing what affects people the most and covering a lot of these protests. That really is the focus. But we want to get into more of urban politics and what affects urban, centers the most, and how can we benefit people's lives? What policies enacted would help people the most? And I think a very basic one that William Small hit on, was illegal immigration. If we stopped the illegal immigration, if we deported illegal migrants, we would have more resources for American citizens, number one. And number two, you would reduce crime. And you would also go towards a cohesion in community that we're not seeing right now. Because when you bring people in from different cultures, people who don't share your culture, you're going to dilute the culture. And I think we need to stop doing that. We really need to focus on American citizens. We need to build up American communities. And we really need to make America great again, as the saying goes. But I think we do that by getting back to the basics. You can make Philadelphia the greatest city overnight. And you can do that in New York. You can do that in Boston. All these different places, all the problems can be fixed overnight if you just got back to the basics. Focused on getting rid of illegal migrants, deporting them, focused on cracking down on quality of life issues. If you started prosecuting petty theft, small crimes, the quality of life would go up and everybody would be much happier.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad they're talking about how our schools, first of all, the safety issue, but also the level of our schools and how kids just can't read. When I think about, something else that I know you and Ian have worked on, and that's exposing some of the fraud. So I'll just weave in here that our Vice President, J.D. Vance, is scheduled to meet with a group of 15 state attorneys general, including Dave Sunday here of Pennsylvania, as obviously the Trump administration is looking for some new ways to target fraud in these taxpayer-funded programs. I've focused a lot on this, but remember, President Trump had created this task force back in March, and of course the vice president as chairman of it. So I just wanted to get your take on being I'll say a younger influencer and a journalist that is coming out for your age group, because ground zero for the nation, I think, was just the reveal of Minneapolis, Minnesota, right? And all of that fraud. Now it looks like California, it's all over the country, but obviously there were certain states that just allowed it, like a free flow. Yeah. California is probably going to be bigger in this multi-billion-dollar scams that we've seen. But I will point out to you, and just get your take on this, that as I looked it up, because I went to J School in Minneapolis, there were investigations. They have some incredible investigative units there and some great investigative journalism, despite media bias that I talk about all the time. They were doing investigations on this even for years and trying to get to the governor's office in Minneapolis, trying to expose it, and it had zero traction. Yeah. It wasn't until those social media, influencers, I'll say, in your and Ian's age group, So what is that, the effect of, and it's mostly young men. There are some young women, but I'll say college age, like you guys. What is it about your level of social media combined with journalism that's able to break through? And then it's fascinating to me how it breaks through to teen, college age or 20-ish age, and then it gets to the mainstream media coverage.
Yeah. And I guess I'll start by saying there's a lot of ways to say something that is true on its face. But there's also another component of truth-telling journalism, which is how do you get it in front of as many people as possible? So when you're doing social media, what you focus on is how do we package this information that's true in a way that will reach a lot of people and that will prompt a lot of people to consume it. If you can do that, then the content goes viral and it has a very large impact. So really the goal is to tie in national themes to make whatever content you're doing sort of resonate with a very large audience. And I think one key that Nick Shirley hit on with his Minneapolis investigation is he found the Leering Center. And I'll say that that's important because you can say something true. You could explain something. But if you have a symbol of what you're talking about, especially in video journalism, people are going to see that and it's going to register with them. So Nick Shirley talked about the fraud. He did interviews with David, the man he worked with, and he showed the reports. He had the receipts. But then he stood in front of the Leering Center and said, look, they can't even spell learning right. And if you look at what people really talked about and what stuck with people, it was the Leering Center. So I think something a lot of influencers understand is that it's not just about what you say. It's about the symbols that are in the video itself, because many people watch the content and they just look at it and they consume it as a video. So you have to be very mindful of that. And I think that's something that the new media, as I'll call it, social media influencers who do journalism understand is how to do that, how to package the information in a short form video that can reach a large audience. And I think that's key. And it's not more so that the mainstream media chooses to cover it. They didn't choose to cover Nick Shirley's fraud investigation. They had to because it reached so many people. And we're at a point now where many people consume information and get their news from social media and different influencers, and the mainstream media has less leverage. The narrative has been democratized in a way that has never been in American history. And I think people like me and Ian, people like Nick Shirley, Nate Friedman, are taking advantage of that and really changing the world. So I think what Surge Philly is doing right now is something that's going to have a massive impact on the politics in America.
Yeah, it's so important that I love that you explained it that way, because a lot of people said, oh, look, the so-called mainstream media, they're so biased. They never even covered any of this stuff. Yeah. If you go back, they really did, to their credit, thank God. I mean, there were multiple, mostly print media, but there was at least one TV station in Minneapolis, and there were some out in California. I think part of the problem is also that a television station has, who are your biggest advertisers, and then you fear that if you make the governor's office angry, they're going to, influence or, maybe pull away favor and coverage and that sort of thing. And so they had no traction, and those investigative units are very expensive.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And I think another aspect of this too, I look at and I don't want to call out any of the local media stations, but a lot of the times, as you said, they have partnerships with different companies, advertisers, and also the local government. Yeah. So they can't step on toes. They can't crack any eggs. And oftentimes they become more of a PR arm for the local government and big companies in the area than actual investigative units, because that's what makes financial sense. They also don't have to worry about going viral because they have airtime. So they can kind of package the information for their viewers. When you're on social media, when you do social media as your main thing, you don't have that luxury. You have to make videos that will be consumable for a large population, or your work isn't going to get shown to anybody. So, it's the format of social media forces creators to make content that is consumable. And it also allows creators to make content that may not be friendly to the government or to the businesses in the area, and really allows for a freedom of information that we haven't seen in modern history.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to me because in essence, when, all of your materials, for example, Frank, you and Ian and your team there at Surge Philly, when those go viral, it almost shames the local media, the national media, to your point, into covering it.
Yes,
right? Because everybody's talking about it.
Yeah, they would happily, and this is true with a lot of the donors and special interests in government, is they like the status quo. If they're profiting from the way things are, they are not going to want things to change. We see this in both parties, and that's why we often do investigations into both parties, because many people in the government, and you see the concept of uniparty come up. Both parties are the same. Well, many people who have been in government a long time, they simply don't want anything to change. They don't want to upset anything because the special interests are profiting off of the way things are. The mainstream media is also complicit in that, or at least reliant on them same financial interests. Now we're in a situation where we have people who are willing and able to upset the status quo. And I think it's having a very positive impact. We talk about the negative effects of social media, some of which are very real and true. And it's not a perfect format, but it is allowing a diversity of thought and a diversity of information to reach people. And it's really giving people a choice about what they want to consume. And we think it's the future.
Well, I definitely think it's the future. We do worry about your safety and Ian's safety. So is it getting worse? Because some of the videos recently that you and Ian have been showing us, I mean, it seems, we've shown out and out threats on your life and people, saying they wanted to basically blow up your family's, front porch and that sort of thing.
Well, that got said to us again. We didn't publish that, but somebody again said that they wish a Hamas rocket to blow up my family's home, which is insane, and absolutely insane utterance to be said in a major city in America.
And so as far as that goes, is that under investigation? I know that it was turned over.
Yes.
Any more on that?
So no more on that right now. It's really tough to investigate these people because they wear masks and they hide their identity for the sole purpose of creating chaos, of making threats, and intimidating people without getting caught. It's also a numbers game. There's a lot of protesters, and when they're in large crowds, they can get away with a lot of things, and the rule of law matters a lot less, which is always a scary thing to witness. We think that we're protected by the laws, and that people who break the laws are always going to be held to account. But the fact is that if you have a group of protesters, hundreds of people, they can do a lot of things that are illegal. They can violate your rights. And oftentimes, not much can be done about it. And I think that's why we need to focus on, deciding what is a lawful demonstration and what is an unlawful demonstration. Because it gets to a point where the cops have no choice. They don't have a choice because, number one, they would be in trouble with the HR department in their own, police force. And number two, they simply don't have the numbers. And it gets to a point where they have to basically negotiate between the two sides. And it's not about what your rights are. It's about, we're going to appease people and we're going to keep people from, getting violent. And that's good in a sense. But now people's rights aren't being upheld. Many times I'm on public property and I'm forced to step back because the crowd, the mob, will not allow me to be on the public property and exist. That's a very real threat. We saw it in 2020 with the Summer of Love, the mostly peaceful protesters. But when they're in groups and they wear masks, they can do a lot of damage. And we really need to be mindful of that. And I think we need to stand up to it. That's why I'm not willing to stop going. Because somebody needs to be there documenting what they're doing. And also, they do not own the streets. They can threaten, they can intimidate, they can even commit violence, but we can't give them that ground. We can't surrender. So I'll be out there documenting what they're doing. But to answer your question, it is a real concern. And it's getting worse now that we have more of a following, a bigger platform, and we are looking into getting security. Yes.
And that's just it. It strikes me that what used to be so-called the establishment. So as a news reporter, usually you're trained. I was always trained. If law enforcement tells you to get off to move because they're setting, let's say, a new perimeter, you have to listen to law enforcement. Or if you're on private property, obviously, you try to push your ground like you did inside I think it was a hotel at one point. But if it's private property, they have the right to call the cops, and then you get, and you can say, well, please call police. You can push that to a moment, but at some point, if the cops show up, you're getting arrested.
Yeah.
And so it used to be that was the establishment and those were the rules. Now the rules are being rewritten because these groups that want to make themselves appear to be grassroots local protesters, we know they're not.
Not at all.
Right?
No.
And it's highly organized.
Yeah, and there's foreign money coming into these groups, funding them, and they get people who are really disenfranchised. Many have mental health issues. Many are just angry, and they don't necessarily care what the cause is. They don't care what the platform of the group is or what they're pushing. They're being used as useful idiots for a very insidious agenda. That agenda is to create chaos on American streets and really destroy our republic.
Beautifully said. So where are you off to next? Can you tell us?
Yeah, so we're headed to Newark today to cover the
that's right.
protests at the ICE facility. We saw a video last night that they were actually checking federal law enforcement's vehicles for illegal migrants, spot checking federal law enforcement. And that goes back to the point that when these people have enough numbers, they are emboldened to break the law, which they're doing at that Newark ICE facility. They did it last night. It's a very bad sign. And it's not just impacting journalists like me or law enforcement. It's impacting everybody, because when they start breaking the law with no consequences, when police have to start backing down, you get in a situation where violence is going to become very normal. We saw that in history with past revolutions. The American Revolution was outstanding for the reason that it was based in the rule of law, in Enlightenment philosophy. But if you look at the French Revolution, that was not true. People were getting murdered on the street for their political beliefs, and that is very much what these communists want to do. And I'm going to call them communists because many call themselves socialists, but really they're communists and they're advocating for communist principles. They want to have a French Revolution, and they want to have bloody streets in the United States of America, and we're not safe from that, because when they get enough people, there's nothing that the cops can do. So we have to stop it now, not in 10 years. Because at a certain point, it reaches what many call a tipping point, and it can't be stopped. So it needs to be stopped and stood up to right now.
And one thing that strikes me as you're talking, Frank Scales, is, I know you and Ian went to Roman Catholic.
Yes.
You were taught history. So the fact that you can have this knowledge about what history shows us, part of the problem, I think, is that most people who went to public schools, they don't have the advantage that you do.
Yeah.
Of just think about that, depriving. So it's systemic, as the other side loves to say, but in a way, the fact that we've changed what we've deleted teaching young people about history, that you're living proof of why that's a problem.
Well, this is another communist agenda point, and another communist way method is it's the long march through the institutions. They took over the universities. They washed the curriculum of many of the ills of communism, the French Revolution, and things like that. And they inadvertently, taught people a very skewed version of history. They did it in the universities first. Why? Because in the universities, that's where you train the lawyers. That's where the lawyers get their education. That's where the teachers get their education. That's where the nurses and doctors get their education. So by taking over the universities, you can then indoctrinate every part of professional society. So years later, after they took the colleges, they now have the teachers in place to take the elementary schools and high schools, and they've done it. Their curriculum is totally biased towards Marxism, and we have conservatives are in a losing position because we lost before the conversation even started, because people don't know the history of communism. They don't know the atrocities that Mao committed. They don't know about the famines that led to. They don't know about the violence, the genocides that communism led to. They only know about Nazi Germany. And Nazi Germany, horrible.
Yeah.
Nazis, horrible, evil. Hitler, evil. But so was Mao.
Yeah.
A lot of people died under Mao, and not many people know about it. And it's very, very, I would say, biased.
Yeah, well said. No, it's a fascinating conversation. Well, we look forward to it. Please be safe as you guys, as Surge Philly heads to, you want to tell everybody how to, I think everybody knows right now, but we always want to give you the chance to talk about how people can follow you and support you.
Yes, if you would like to support us on this journey of truth-telling and information packaging, you can go to surgemedia.us. We have a donation link there. Every contribution is going to help us continue to travel and even help us with security as we move forward. If you would like to follow us on social media, you could go to Surge Philly or Frank.Scales on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, you name it.
Be safe. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Dan.
Have a good one. SurgeMedia.us. Thanks for supporting these guys. It's fun to watch and to see that journalism lives, right? It finds a way, but just I think, and that's why I want to support, young journalists on this journey from Philadelphia. And I know that you appreciate Frank and Ian and Surge Philly as well. 855-839-1210. Dawn Show continues. Right after this, we got a lot of breaking news. Stay there.
Weather, sponsored by Capital One.
A warmer air mass builds into the Delaware Valley. Today, we'll see partly sunny skies with a high temperature back above average at 82. For tonight, becoming mostly cloudy, some showers possible overnight with a low 66. And a humid day on Wednesday, some morning showers possible, then partly sunny with a high again 82.
Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts, and Capital One cafes are open 7 days a week to assist with your banking needs. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bankguy. Capital One N.A. Member FDIC.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
Mayweather is nice, but the summer heat is coming, and so are the high utility bills. Don't wait for your AC to start working overtime. Call Window Nation now. During Window Nation's May sale, buy 4 windows and get 4 free. That's right. Replace your windows and get half of them absolutely free. Plus, get 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years. The experts at Window Nation will install your windows in 1 day or less. Beat the heat and save big. Schedule your free consultation at windownation.com.
Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Is life insurance still on your list of New Year's resolutions? Now is the perfect time to add it. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858.
Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
The Memorial Day sales event is going on now at Tri-County Toyota. Take advantage of special savings across our lineup, like a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma with 2.99% APR financing. And ask about our veteran specials. It's our way of saying thank you to those who served. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive in Royersford or online at TriCountyToyota.com. With approved credit. Final price includes $4.90 doc fee. Expires June 1st, 2026.
Spring is here, and so are the spring specials at Suburban Marble and Granite. Now is the perfect time to transform your home with premium stone and quality craftsmanship at up to 50% off. As they bring in more inventory, select styles and materials are available at incredible savings while supplies last. Don't miss this opportunity to upgrade your kitchen, bathroom, outdoor space, or custom project with stunning stone and expert installation. Take advantage of these limited time savings before they're gone. Suburban Marble and Granite. Endless possibilities, spectacular results. Visit suburbanmarble.com today.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes and get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment to see if you qualify for asset-based long-term care. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Always appreciate you. It's Tuesday, short work week. And appreciate Frank Scales coming in, Surge Philly, noticing Dan had noticed on the group chat and was participating, but the conversation over journalism, what is a journalist, what defines a journalist, 855-839-1210. I would say this, that it's always a slippery slope in this country because, and the founders designed the word journalism, citizen journalist, whatever you want to say. They wanted us to have a free press. That was by design, freedom of speech. And so, yes, you could argue that many of these content creators / citizen journalists, student journalists, they have a slant. But at the same point, so does ABC News. So does, PBS sometimes. So does mainstream media sometimes. And so I think that's where it gets a little sticky, because we don't ever want it to be licensed. Because once it's licensed, then the government has control. Just like even though Greg Stocker, gets aggravated with the FCC because they license the airwaves, well, then you can go to a streaming format and do what you want. But you see, if you license the word journalist, the slippery slope will be then who gets to define what journalism or a journalist looks like or sounds like or what they report. And then that becomes a real problem. Now, a lot of the people who have these rallies are required, or a demonstration or a protest, they're required to get a permit, right? Because you have to budget for it as a city or a municipality. And so sometimes they have to have a permit and they have a perimeter, etc., but it's still on a city street. So anybody who covers that is allowed to walk over there on that city street or the sidewalk, whatever it is, and cover it. And so you should not have to even get a permit as a journalist. You really shouldn't. That's where I stand on it. 855-839-1210, the number to call. I know some of you, were debating about that. While we I'll let that simmer, that thought, 855-839-1210. I want to go to this report because it's 4 years ago on this day. It was a story that I had covered at the time, horrific scene, this horrible explosion in the Pottstown area, Montgomery County, under investigation. We thought we would have the results in a year. Today, the community, after a grandmother and children were killed during that horrific crash with homes, we still don't have answers, and they have filed a lawsuit. This was FMZ television. They had actually, reported on this. Not many reports, not many answers. Just here's the update.
Yeah, that's right, guys. So a lot of the debris that was present after the initial explosion has been cleaned up at this point, but the actual site has remained completely undeveloped. That's because the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms tells us it's still investigating what caused that explosion 4 years after the fact. Now, as you can see here behind me, there is a fence that runs all around the site. It's got no trespassing signs posted. That's been there for 4 years now, and if we actually take a look through the fence, you can see the physical remains of that house still here 4 years later, a grim reminder to the people living here in the neighborhood of what took place on this site. Stan Banks lives right across from the site of a house explosion that killed 4 children and their grandmother on Hale Street. 4 years isn't enough time for him to forget that day.
It still bothers me.
He was home on that day, May 26th, 2022. He ran outside when he heard the explosion and found 2 young victims in the street.
I checked for a pulse, and I couldn't get a pulse from either one of them.
And 4 years later, Banks and his neighbors still don't know why it happened. The federal Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, telling us in a statement, quote, "We have not completed our investigation yet. We're awaiting results of further testing at the site." But Banks says there were warning signs before the blast.
We had been smelling gas for a couple years, I guess. But PICO would come out and say, well, it wasn't their line.
Pottstown Mayor Stephanie Henrich says Banks is on to something.
I'm fairly sure the cause was natural gas. If it wasn't PICO, what are the other options we're looking at?
So what are the other options? I mean, a real mystery here. 5 people, including the 4 children, as I reported, as you heard that FMZ report, but it was the grandmother, Francine White, 67 years young, and then the grandkids, Elena Wood, 13, Jeremiah White, 12, Nehemiah White, 10, 8-year-old Tristan was the youngest. And so these 4 little kids, their grandmother, looks like a biracial family. Grandmother looks light-skinned or white, and the children maybe a biracial, just to give you a beautiful family, as I have covered this over the years. But 4 years later, so PICO has vigorously defended themselves, and they've said this wasn't our line, this was not our fault. But the fact that they have these questions, what I see here is that out of the level of frustration, they're basically forcing PICO to come up with the investigation. I don't know how else to describe it. So PICO now has to investigate and figure out, I suppose, what is the other quote-unquote line, if there was another power company involved, because we're not hearing about that. Did they have propane tanks? It sounds like they're saying natural gas. But they're on Hale Street in Pottstown. This remains a real mystery here 4 years later in Montgomery County in the suburbs. And why is it that we don't hear about this more in the media? Not much of an investigation. So I don't want to forget it. I want to keep it top of mind to think about, what happened here. But these deaths, I mean, they deserve some kind of answer and some kind of justice, right? 855-839-1210 is the number to call. Dan, can I get your take on as far as the citizen journalism question and answer? Because you went to school. I mean, you have your dad, obviously an award-winning journalist, but you as well,
yeah,
with a journalism degree.
Well, they kind of, so a lot of the points of the chatters today was, if there's bias involved in the reporting, should these people really be considered journalists? Mm-hmm. Journalists in history have been the truth tellers of society and such. And it's a good point. I mean,
but what do you think?
Frank does have a slant. My thoughts are, we looked 4 years ago at Vice News, and I would argue that 4 years ago, 5 years ago, Vice News was doing the best journalistic reports out of anybody. What do they have? They had a left slant, and we considered them journalism. Now we live in a different environment where social media is king of media, I hate to say, and it's very beneficial to fund yourself, self-fund. A lot of the comments in the chat were saying, hey, he asked for donations, shouldn't that make him not a journalist, more of an activist? No, because it's independently funded journalism is what it is. So I do think that there is a reason to use the term journalist when we talk about someone like Frank Scales. A good point was made by Bryn Mawr, though, and he says, Bryn Mawr Builders, who's a little bit more of a centrist left-leaner, says, for me, a content creator posts their interactions with a subject, like a protester, like interviewing a blue-haired protester, whereas a journalist would dig and find out who funds the protest, who organizes the protest, etc. Them stopping short at just showing that on social media is proof of a content creator, not necessarily journalism. I don't agree with that. I think there is space to call someone like Frank or someone like Nick Shirley a journalist because they, unlike anybody else right now, are showing the truth as to what's happening in society.
Yeah, and I would say as well, when we think about citizen journalists, or in the case of Frank and Ian, they are current students. They're currently in journalism school. So that makes them interesting because I would say they're not, first of all, their resources, they're very transparent about the fact that this is, they started this with their own startup money. They do take donations from the community, we the people. But as far as that goes, they're also not bought and paid for by a corporation. I mean, the complaint is that media used to be, think of how many newspapers you used to have, how many even local TV stations that were locally owned, right? How many you had. Well, now we have basically one newspaper in the city of Philadelphia. We used to have evening, morning, etc. And then think about TV stations, with the exception of WFMZ, they're a rarity nowadays that they're not quote unquote corporate owned. And so that kind of independent journalism doesn't exist in most places in the country. But I love the conversation. Obviously, I could talk about it all day. So appreciate you being here on this Tuesday as we go through a quick work week. Dom Giordano Show, obviously, coming up next. Hey, Dom, I hope you had a wonderful weekend. And, it was a somber day yesterday to think about Memorial Day and those in our families and our communities who've paid the ultimate sacrifice.
Well, absolutely. We had a blast, too, at Farley Plaza. That is an unusual event, and it gave us a side question because they gave me strawberries. That's how the side question works. Scott Presler here today, though. The big race in Texas, he is really inside that. He's here, too.
Awesome, and recent birthday, too, so happy birthday to Scott.
Absolutely.
Dom Giordano Show starts right now.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com. Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/radio to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/radio to get started and save. legacybox.com/radio.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is downtime. Welcome back. If you weren't with us yesterday, you know what? She ranks up there with Krasner. That face, that insufferable face. And you know why she ranks up there with Krasner? Krasner is the mob is Philadelphia. Because looking at Madeline Dean's face, Mary Gay Scanlon, and a plethora of others out there in the suburbs, it makes me ask that question that nobody, Guy Shiraki gets tired doing it, does a good job. What the heck happened to the suburbs? We haven't been at war with Iran for the last 47 years, and she hates it when they say that. But a couple of developments. Yesterday, you should be sued for malpractice, even on Memorial Day, if you didn't talk about what happened with Jackson Dart and the Abdul Carter. Proud, shall we say, unimpressive draft pick from Penn State. So the updates around this, one, I believe it's completely fraudulent. It's out there all over the place. And they have Jalen Hurts dressed up in the pride colors now because some account fictitiously put up in reaction to this whole thing with Dart introducing President Trump that Hurts allegedly, wrongly, misinformation, disinformation, put on Twitter, "I'm a proud Democrat," in reaction to this. But I made this point yesterday, and I'll give you a couple more. The thing that bothers me the most about all this is that this happened with no other president, even with the Republican president. And if we allow these morons, and that's what many of them are, many of them, not every single one of them, including Stephen A. Smith, moronic comment that I'll give you in a moment, we talked about yesterday a little bit. They're othering Trump. In other words, the Giants, the summary out of all the New York stuff that I see is the Giants think this was a mistake on the part of Dart. So you're asked, this is allegedly how it went down. You know, Trump may have seen Dart. He says he's got tree trunks. Come on over here. Let me see your physique. This guy will be a Hall of Famer. If he lasts 3 seasons this recklessly, I'll be surprised. And as a result, he introduced him. Let's play the introduction. So the people that didn't hear it yesterday, it's essentially 17 seconds. This is 6 because most of it is just walk-up music, and he's walking to the podium. Then it's the walk-up music of Lee Greenwood for Trump. That's essentially it, and he just says he's honored to introduce President Trump. Cut 6.
What an honor, what a privilege it is to be here. And without further ado, I'm grateful, I'm honored, I'm pleasured to introduce the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, the pleasured was an interesting choice of words. There was some walk-up music. He tried to get the crowd to say, "Go Big Blue," all of that. But the bottom line is, why would he have to clear this with Abdul Carter and apparently a number of others? Why in the world would he have to clear that with anyone when asked by the President of the United States? Now, it'd be an interesting question if he went off on a policy thing and he's out there with Trump enunciating policies, illegal immigration and all that. Again, the moronic comment of the day for a guy who should be a little bit better in the sports media was Stephen A. Smith. Smith looked like he rushed in because of this to ESPN on Memorial Day. And he said, well, this guy's got to think about this. Mondani was just elected mayor in New York by a sizable margin. He's the polar opposite of Trump. So if you're up there with Trump, aren't you in the face of your fans? Oh, my God. The first card I reach for in all this is the fact that we have substantial numbers, significant numbers, NBA, NFL, maybe the other leagues, that have, shall we say, borderline criminal issues or criminal issues. And the only thing fans and the team care about, let's face it, deep down, is how good are they versus, it's a scale. How good are they versus how bad is what they did. Mm-hmm. And I said the other day, look, when it's domestic violence, criminal justice system should handle that, and a complainant. But I saw much more of a danger to me, Ro, and my kids, and to you, of Nolan Smith going 137 miles an hour in a 70-mile-an-hour zone. That is terrifying. That's something you would think would be talked about. You know, does he bring the Lamborghini here? Has he done this stuff before? I mean, look, everybody, most people, drivers, have been speeding at one point or another. Okay. Maybe even up to 100. Every mile after 100 that you're going over 70 starts to become an issue. You know, I don't know if the best race car drivers on the Schuylkill Expressway, I think the highway was like that, can go 137. I just don't think you can. I mean, I've seen cars in Atlantic City Expressway go by that I would clock based upon what I was doing at maybe 95 to 100, and it looks like a blur. At 137, you're not safe. I mean, this is really, really dangerous stuff. So I don't think this is, what if Jalen Hurts did say this? So what? He can tweet out he's a proud Democrat. So what? You know, the difference with Kaepernick, one other thing that was brought up. Kaepernick was doing this on our time, on the fans' time, during a game, prior to, that's all part of his job. If Jalen Hurts tweeted out that he's a proud Democrat, he's not standing out there instead of saying Omaha, Omaha, saying AOC, AOC, or Newsom, Newsom, hut. Or he's not throwing to a guy because the guy vaguely might be a Trump guy. Then it's a different issue. But the issue here with Trump, again, is, and this has happened over and over and over again, are we going to let these guys, other Trump, it's not that he's a Republican. I mean, if Bush were in the White House, for example, I'm not sure this would all be happening. I don't think so. But who is Abdul Carter to be, you know, the arbiter of this on Twitter and go public? He has a right to do it, without a doubt, just like Dart had a right to do it. I don't care about disunity on the Giants or Eagles or anybody else. I care more about the big picture with this. One other guy, too, and then I'll give you the side question, which I think is a really good one, particularly how I came off it, is Doug Burgum. Emery, I don't know if I asked for the sound. Maybe I was too upset. I didn't even ask for the sound, so I can summarize it. Doug Burgum, the Secretary of Energy, was Secretary of Interior, was on with Maria Bartiromo. And they were talking about the one good thing Pope Leo has done. Over the weekend, he dropped his encyclical on AI. And Burgum threw some shade on him and told him to stay in his lane. You know, why isn't he being Pope? Why is he talking about technology? Hey, Dougie, if I get you on the show, this is going to be, well, we'll see what you know. I know you made a lot of money, but I don't think you know a damn thing about AI and why people are so upset with this and why this is going to be an ongoing battle. And the Trump administration better get on the side of those who want to be more cautious or put the guardrails on with this. All right, today's side question. So I was thinking about this yesterday. Joe of Columbus called in and made a big deal. They put a big thing of strawberries in front of us, Henry, if you remember.
Yep.
Which I took home. I've been mixing it up in a cereal. Great, Jersey, right there. For some reason, that triggered in me strawberries, the Cane Mutiny. You know, my mind does go, because I think it's fun in talk radio to have a movie reference for anything that comes up. People can identify with that. I don't think you've seen the Cane Mutiny. I wouldn't call it a great film. Okay, but the scene with the strawberries is a great object in this film, Frozen Strawberries. Here's a little bit of Humphrey Bogart, Fred McMurray plays a louse, and he plays it well. And a bunch of other, like, every guy looks like he's out of Hollywood. That's an officer on the cane. And Humphrey Bogart is doing some, things that are borderline. And then he goes nuts because he thinks somebody stole the frozen strawberries. He asked each officer, how many helpings did you have? And he has a guy take sand out and put it into a thing. Pretty nuts. I don't know if they're at war at this point, but he's worried about the strawberries. Here's a little bit of how it sounds from there with the sand. How many did you have? One guy had 4 servings. Like, what the?
What a glutton.
Yeah, right. My God. And when he was calculating, he thought he would say 3, he says 4. So I thought the frozen strawberries are such a critical part of that film. We are looking for an all-time object in a film, if you would, a movie prop that is critical to the film. Sometimes, if it makes it into the title, like the one I'm going to give you, I would say that's pretty good. Gran Torino.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And the Gran Torino in the beginning, the potential theft of it, and then the kid driving off into the sunset with the Gran Torino is so beautifully done. It's a really good Eastwood film. The other one I'll take off is the leg lamp in The Christmas Story with Darren McGavin.
Yeah,
that is his prize. And when he gets knocked over, how he tapes it back together. Oh, so beautifully done.
Fragile.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right. So what's yours?
Yeah, you're going to take a leg? How about I take an arm? How about I take the arm from the killer in The Fugitive?
That is a great one.
I don't know why, but I feel like that'd just be a funny, very funny movie prop to have.
I like the more recent edition than the old one. And the guy in the more recent edition, God, what a great actor.
Yeah.
The instant you see this guy, you want to take him out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then why don't I take an easy one off the board? How about Wilson, the volleyball from Castaway?
Yep, that's in the top 10 all time.
Yeah.
Unless I saw.
Wilson.
Yeah, that's a good one, without a doubt. All right, Kirk, how about yours?
I'm going to go with the classic Star Wars, the lightsaber.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I don't know if you really call this a movie prop, but I'm going to throw it out anyway, where Elliot's coaxing E.T. to his home by feeding Reese's Pieces.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Made them popular.
Yeah,
exactly.
Why is the DeLorean in every list that we look at? And they even put it in the Back to the Future and a couple of other things. People are
the doors
fascinated
go up.
by things. Yeah.
The doors go up. It's that.
That's it.
That's
it.
It's literally it. It's a very unique looking car, and the doors go up.
Right.
And it time travels.
But I remember the guy, and he went bankrupt, and I believe he was involved in all kinds of financial.
Oh yeah,
yeah. DeLorean.
No, that was like the only DeLorean he sold.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder how much gas can fill it, how much it costs to fill it.
Yes. Well, Madeline Dean said she filled up her car. I'll play that coming up, and it cost her $100. I don't picture her filling up her car, and that seems to me it must be an SUV. Madeline, are you driving an SUV? We have to know. Anybody see Madeline Dean in her SUV? Dom says hello. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time object that really the story, and it's all in the call, that the story revolves around. Movie prop. Maybe it's one you'd like to have that you think really fits. But the strawberries in that, the frozen strawberries just triggered all of that. That scene with Humphrey Bogart. And it comes up in the court-martial later on because they mutiny. And that is the driving force to mutiny. Of course, you couldn't mutiny in Casino when Robert De Niro wanted the guy to count the number of blueberries in each muffin. This has too many. Can you imagine? Put him in each muffin, 1,000 muffins a day. And I forget what the number was. And he wanted them all the same size, it seemed like, too, relatively. All right, now that's attention to detail. That guy should be an NFL coach. 855-839-1210. Jump on. Be first in on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Dr. Anthony Fauci. 6 years later, millions of people are dead, trillions of dollars were spent, our civil liberties were shredded by mandates and lockdowns. The man at the center of it all has never faced a single consequence. He's a doctor. He only wants to do what's best for you. Doctors have egos. Doctors like to make a lot of money. And when you've been in charge of whatever you've been in charge of going back almost 4 decades, you start to walk around like your you-know-what doesn't stink, and anybody that questions you is beneath you. Remember the arrogance of this guy?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, Dawn here. You know, with gas prices on top of everyone's minds right now, what about a hybrid? There are a lot of gas-saving options available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup includes the Accord, the Civic, or the CR-V SUV. Take advantage right now of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months on the CR-V. Experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PIA-ZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Tom Giordano Show. That's where side questions come from. Sometimes, like Henry's Money Melody, they're 42 steps removed. Strawberries. Cane Mutiny.
It just came to
Movie prop. It just came to me right there. I would have written it on my wrist if I had to. Okay, Hassan Piker. Oh, no. Hassan Piker has just been subpoenaed for his little trip to Cuba with all the extreme leftists who were going there to promote Raul Castro and the boys. Oh, no, Chris Rapp. Oh, no, Mount Airy. Hassan Piker subpoenaed. Oh, my goodness. They probed this activist trip to Cuba for sanctions violations. Now, you know how you see the sanctions violations and it says you're subject to a $1 trillion fine and life imprisonment. I'm fine with whatever they give Hassan Piker. He obviously did it. It's obviously a sanctions violation. And they're obviously catching up on it. So it will be interesting to see that reaction and to see the soon-to-be Congressman Chris Rabb, does he fight for Cuba here? George Floyd, along with Tim Walz. You had Democrats out there with illegals. We'll show you some of that. Our buddy Andy Kim and Mikey Sherrill. Andy Kim, the senator from New Jersey, gets in the middle of it with the crazies that were trying to storm the ICE detention center there, Delaney, I think it is, and get sprayed in the eyes because he's in the middle of hand-to-hand combat there on Memorial Day. This is what they do. And they also, in their official Democrat Party Twitter, put out that we remember the 13 that died in Trump's war. Wow. On Memorial Day. I mean, even you got to do a better job, Democrats, of hiding your true intentions. Honoring George Floyd, Memorial Day, using that on your official Twitter to make a political statement against the war. But here is, not to be outdone, and I think this was yesterday. We always see her kitchen. You know, it's like Nancy Pelosi. Boy, I'll tell you, Madeline Dean's kitchen looks like high appliance stuff there. I'm thinking it's $50,000 for that kitchen, easily, over there in wherever she is in Montgomery County. Here is Madeline Dean telling the CNN guy, it's nonsense to say that we've been at war with Iran for 47 years. Cut 17.
Sorry, I was just going to say that on the vote that you were talking about, the canceled vote, there were some absences there. But to your point, the votes from the Republican side, or at least the support from the Republican side, has seemed to pick up more support in recent weeks. And I just wonder, in your conversations with some of those Republican colleagues, how would you characterize the common ground with those Republicans?
I would say, and this is from colleagues I speak to either on the floor or in committee, they are well aware of the lost ground underneath them. They are well aware that they're about to lose the midterms. I think they're just trying to hold tight. Some have said that, just trying to hold on to get through the midterms. And I know that they are troubled by this war, even as they sometimes proclaim, oh, we've been at war for 47 years. What utter nonsense. This is a very dangerous making. This is something that the president went into with Mr. Netanyahu's ambitions at the forefront, not America's. And now, sadly, the president has been boxed in. So I pray for this framework of a deal that will actually open the strait, stop the conflict, bring our military safely home, and of course, make sure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon.
All right, so we have not been out there in Montgomery County. What would you call it out there in Montgomery County? What would you call it, what Iran has done to us and the world over the last 47 years? So we haven't been at war with them the last 47 years. Take that out of your talking point, Dom. Boy, I hate to see it if there were this official declaration. You know what it is with Madeline Dean, this supercilious woman, that if we don't sit down and they write out a document, we are at war with you, then killing Americans in every way imaginable, taking hostages, trying to get a nuclear weapon, funding surrogates around the world to kill us, that's not war. So whatever happens here, thank God Trump finally moved in on this. Now, I thought, again, Ted Cruz did something really good over the weekend. I think Trump was starting the weekend, hey, we got to get out of this. Let's make a deal that's not a good deal. And he got into it with one of those Trump bro guys, Bruskowitz. And he put up on Twitter, hush, child, the adults are talking now. Yeah, I think they were starting to lean towards some kind of deal. That's not good. So I hear the clock on the one side of the midterms. And if we're in this situation or anywhere near it, then gas prices are going to remain high. And that is going to be problematic. I don't think you have any shot at winning the midterms if gas prices are, it's asking a lot of people and the economy if they're at this level. If we get out sometime in June, then I think you'll see prices go down fairly rapidly. And we got a lot on our side as far as winning the midterms. A lot of good things have happened. The Supreme Court decision, the redistricting that's gone on, those two things, and just that Democrats are wobbly again. They're having infighting that's unbelievable. So you put them all together, and I think there's a reasonable shot. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe's next in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Dom, Henry. Good afternoon. It's great to talk to you guys today.
Thank you, Joe.
Dom, I think better than riding around with dead Aunt Edna on the roof of a family truckster, I think a better prop was spending a weekend with the dead corpse of Bernie Lomax in Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah, you know, that is the writers and everything else, Joe. That's a great 5-minute gag, but to make a feature film out of it, absolutely right. That took a lot. Absolutely.
Think about kids partying all weekend, and what they. Me and my buddies in high school, senior year in high school, we're driving around, heading up to some nightclubs up in the Lambertville area, and we see this Benji-looking dog running down Route 29 to Fitchway. My buddy pulls over, picks the dog up, and he hung out with us all night. At the end of the night, we dropped the dog off right where we left him, in case he had a home. So that was our prop for that night.
All right, thank you, Joe. I don't know if I'm condoning that at all, Henry. The dog.
Yeah,
sounds like Kramer. They're going to be coming for you, Rudy's. Newman, what took you so long? 855-839-1210. All right, Congressman Scott Perry is next. He is a military guy. A lot to say about what we're going to do next in Iran, but also somebody in a real dogfight to hold that seat in Pennsylvania. By the way, 2 of the 4 congressmen, Republican congressmen, Wall Street Journal says, went into the tank for big labor, making it easier for them to go against employers in a way that shouldn't be. One of them was the Bresnahan guy. Who do you think the other one was? Oh, yes, our buddy Brian strikes again from Brian Fitzpatrick. Busy guy. Will Josh Shapiro be at his wedding? That is going to be interesting. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit us with an all-time movie object or prop if you want. And we'll ask Perry, too, about what happened with the sitting U.S. Senator over in Jersey at the detention center on Talk Radio 1210.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like daily prize match on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Now an important message from Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement.
Do you remember the promise that you made to yourself that if your retirement nest egg ever recovered from past market downturns, you would get off the stock market roller coaster? Well, that time has come, and that time is now. The markets have surged since pandemic lows, when most Americans dropped about 40% almost overnight. And now, Once again, global unrest is making markets volatile. So don't forget that promise that you made to yourself. Get your money out of risky stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's time. Keep that promise you made to yourself and your family. Crash-proof your future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, June 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, you're with Dom, and it's always a pleasure. YouTube.com/1210. You can both see and hear our guest, Representative Scott Perry, in one of the major seats up for grabs through the entire midterms. Welcome back, Congressman. Thanks so much for joining us today.
As always, great to be with you. Summer's here.
Yeah, absolutely. And that brings up over the weekend, I don't know about you, your source is probably better. I have to commend Ted Cruz getting into it, one of the bro guys on Twitter, saying hush child about what may have been a deal that we were leaning toward with Iran that, knowing you over the years, I don't think you would like. So do you think that was happening? And then Trump's better instincts came in and he said, no, I'm not going to do that.
Well, I think that the president is in a delicate situation. He wants to send a message to the world and, of course, to markets that they're trying to negotiate in good faith to calm everything down, especially these oil futures speculators that are speculating on problems. It's not necessarily that there are problems, but they speculate on them and drive the price of oil up. At the same time, I'm absolutely certain that the president is aware of Iran's track record, regardless of who the leadership is there, of talking out of both sides of their mouth, agreeing to things that they never intend to follow through with. And so that's the delicate position that the president is in. He's trying to get a peace agreement and calm the markets, at the same time mistrusting the people that he has to do the dance with for good reason, because they can't be trusted. They are terrorists, they are liars, and they have never abided by anything they agreed to in the past. So those are the circumstances, and I just wonder about all the critics. How would they handle this? I know they blame all this on President Trump, and nobody seems to want to blame the Iranian mullahs who have attacked the United States for the last 47 years. No one casts any blame on them whatsoever.
I have an answer for that. I have deemed her the Dean of Decency. If you haven't heard me say that, that would be Madeline Dean. She on CNN yesterday said what I said this morning, and you just said, to be preposterous. There's no war with Iran the last 47 years. That's what she said.
And, of course, coming right on the heels of Memorial Day, where we honor our war dead, hundreds, if not thousands, maybe, and tens of thousands maimed, if not killed, by the Iranian regime. I guess that didn't happen to all of my colleagues or anybody else that just washes away and disregards what Iran has done to Americans in uniform and out of uniform. I guess their lives don't matter, but they matter to me, and they matter to a lot of people.
Yeah, and I think if we went to your district and you said, Iran, and we've been essentially at war with them the last 47 years, I think people would say yes. And they realize, I'm hoping, the stakes with the nuclear weapon. They just want to see gas prices go back down. So I'm sure
we all want that.
Yeah, I'm sure every day affordability is probably the issue that you're going to be debating your colleague. Is that what people on the stump out there bring up with you every day?
Well, of course they do. The media runs with it every moment. And I'm not saying it's not because it's not an issue. It is an issue. Everybody, look, I paid over $150 to fill up my car's tank and my wife's tank in one day, right? It's painful. My frustration is when it was actually the prices were higher and we weren't in a war with a nuclear armed capability that sought our destruction. under the Biden administration, the media said nothing about it. It was perfectly fine then. And then, of course, that was all just driven by left-wing Democrat policies. We weren't getting anything out of that. We weren't making the world safer. We weren't honoring the lost lives, the murders of American service members. We weren't making the world safer. We were just implementing foolish policy that raised all of our prices, and that was perfectly okay with the media and the Democrats.
I wanted to ask you, I'm in the camp that thinks Josh Shapiro is going to move heaven and earth to defeat you, not just the usual stuff. This is presidential ambition. So It's not just the governor's race. If we want Scott Perry to be there and the other three that are targeted, we have to at least be competitive with Josh Shapiro.
We do. We absolutely. He cannot. Look, I've known the governor for a long time. We served in the state house together. He's had one goal the entire time. It was not to be the attorney general of Pennsylvania. It was not to be the governor of Pennsylvania. It is to be the president of the United States, and he is climbing the ladder, and he sees that as his way to get there, and nothing will stand in his way. And so we need to, he's never had a difficult race in his entire political career. No one's ever questioned him on his decisions. Look, Pennsylvania, I don't have to tell you, at the bottom of all the important metrics in the country among other states. We continue to lose seats every 10 years at a census because our people leave Pennsylvania for better places. That's his legacy, and no one's ever ripped the bark off of him about it. So we certainly need to be competitive, and we need to tell voters, because the media is not going to do it, what Josh Shapiro actually stands for. He stands for Josh Shapiro. He doesn't stand for Pennsylvania, for our great Commonwealth full of great people, great geography, and great resources. He doesn't give a whit about that. He cares about Josh Shapiro running for and winning the presidency.
Now, I know second time around with your opponent, who may or may not, I'll say it, seemingly live in the district for more than 5 minutes. Does the issue come up? Because I can see the little I know of her. Democrats want to die on this hill. And we saw it again in California the last couple of weeks, Congressman. The issue of males competing in female sports. Josh Shapiro is very clear on it, which is surprising for him. He just thinks as a Democrat, you can't advance unless you go all in on that. I know it's a congressional race, but I just think it's an issue that tells us a lot about a Democrat who thinks that males ought to be in female sports.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is one of those issues. I mean, the governor's not wrong about it. If you want to be a Democrat, you have to accept it. The bad news for them is that the vast majority of people, whether you're on the hard left, the hard right, somewhere in the center, unaffiliated, the vast majority of people, by probably greater than 80%, know it's absolutely absurd. There's a reason we have Title IX. There's a reason we protect women's sports by law. And there's a reason why we don't want our daughters showering with men in the locker room. It's absolutely absurd. It is unacceptable. And if they, and including my opponent, want to take that position and go out and defend that, well, God bless them. They should go do that. But I certainly am not going to.
What is imminent coming up with Congress right now that's top of mind for you, in addition to Iran, when you guys are back in session? What's top of mind?
Well, top of mind is going to be, the Senate just left without finishing this reconciliation package. What that means is that the border security, border protection, immigrations, and custom enforcement aren't really being paid. I mean, they are being paid, but they're not being paid normally, and we've got to get that resolved. And then we've got to get to this third reconciliation. So that's number one. We've got to get to a third reconciliation, because the Democrats refuse to help us with absolutely anything, even if it's good for the country, where we get things like the SAVE Act accomplished and maybe deal with the cost of health care. What's fascinating is Democrats are now blaming Republicans for the cost of health care and wait lines and rationing, so to speak. They created all of this. No Republican voted for the Affordable Care Act. And this is their policy. But now somehow, as usual, just like everything else, whether it's literally slavery, that they also, through the Ku Klux Klan, they blame on Republicans, right? They did it, and then they don't like what the outcome is, even though we told them it's going to be the most expensive free health care that you can't afford. Now they're somehow blaming it on us. Even so, look, the Republicans have to do the right thing and find a way to introduce some market principles into health care so that people, A, aren't waiting in line, and B, aren't being bankrupted. So those are some of the things right on top of mind. And then, quite honestly, freedom and liberty and getting rid of the surveillance state. We have kill switches now mandated in cars. We have private companies with license plate readers checking what time you show up, what you're wearing, what you're buying, where you're buying it. American people want law enforcement to have that information and to use it judiciously with a warrant based on probable cause. But they don't want to be spied on by everybody on the planet, including the Chinese, or maybe a disgruntled neighbor, or, an ex-spouse or something like that has access to that information. And so all that kind of stuff needs to be addressed and should be addressed quickly in the remainder of the term.
Recommendation. I'm so glad to hear that last thing that you put out there, because that some of it's AI related in the negative here with that kill switch and stopping you, you're mentally strained or not even drinking something. Yeah, and they stop you in the middle of the Schuylkill Expressway. Yeah, the car decides. Yes.
Right. Based on some data, and nothing ever went wrong with your computer, right? I'm sure everybody's never had experience.
But who's behind this? What do you see as the force behind this?
Well, the force behind it is well intended. It's to stop people that are impaired, and none of us want to be on the road with anybody that's impaired, or maybe to stop somebody that's, let's say, evading the law and putting everybody in danger. But as usual, all the rest of us have to give up all our freedoms and all our constitutional rights, the rights against unlawful search and seizure without probable cause for the couple knuckleheads that are out there. And most people say, look, we want to get after the knuckleheads, punish them, but don't punish me. I didn't do anything.
I think it's, again, one of those issues. I'm so glad that you brought it up unprompted. Our listeners, very, very concerned with that. In addition to the core stuff that I know you're on top of, where do we go to help, to volunteer, to send money, to help the campaign? Where do we go?
So the campaign can be found at patriotsforperry.com and all the normal social media sites. Patriots for Perry.
Thank you, Congressman. Thanks very much for coming on.
Thank you. God bless you.
All right. Henry, you hear that? Unprompted, the kill switch. I like it when these guys swerve into some of these areas we've been exploring. I didn't ask about that. It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly right. Well, who's, on that side of it? All right, 855-839-1210, you get on board. Coming up, this mob action at that New Jersey facility. Mikey Sherrill there, and the glass picker-upper from January 6th, that would be Senator Andy Kim, tries to get in the middle between the rabbit mob and the ICE agents doing their job and gets sprayed, apparently pepper spray or something. 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Just to point out how great this show is, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, everybody involved. We are crushing it in the YouTube game.
Thank you for making us the #1 viewed news talk show in Odyssey.
And if you ever miss the show, you can always get the podcast on iTunes, where we have a 4.9 out of 5. Vicky Herz, Herz, says, the only podcast that truly feels like a family, especially when you watch on YouTube. Aww. They tell the truth, they debate.
And we fight.
And most of all, they start at 6 a.m.
Wow.
Thankfully, with the podcast, I can listen anytime.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
As Philly celebrates 250 years, it's a reminder that the businesses that last are the ones you can truly trust. That's why so many families rely on United Tire and Service. When it comes to your car, you deserve honesty, clear explanations, and no pressure. Just experienced mechanics who tell you what you need, what can wait, and get the job done right. With more of us keeping our cars longer than ever, having a team you trust really matters. Visit UnitedTire.com or your locally owned United Tire. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
If clutter is costing you time, fix it right away. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, and home offices. Schedule a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. Closetfactory.com.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/radio to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/radio to get started and save. Legacybox.com/radio.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, looking for that all-time, from Greece. What's the prop? Is it the car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
T-Bird, yeah.
Yeah, I think
probably.
it's the car. Yeah. Or John Travolta's hair. Either one.
Varsity jacket.
Varsity jacket.
Varsity jacket. Okay. We're looking for that coming off my strange bank shot, double bank shot, triple bank shot with the Strawberries and Humphrey Bogart. So you heard Congressman kind of swerve into that. I was glad at the end. The car's shutting off. And one of the reasons the Garrity campaign is so important, and one of the reasons that it's almost there where I come on and say, that's it with Brian Fitzpatrick. No, don't vote for him. I get it closer. You know, it's such what he's doing with Shapiro versus Garrity is unforgivable. It is just beyond unforgivable. It's traitorous. That's exactly what he is here. And the outcome is the easier it is for Shapiro, the more he can do that. You know what's in danger? It's not just the 4 congressional seats. Although Shapiro kicked off his campaign in Bucks County and did not mention the opponent of Bob Harvey, who was standing right there. Oh, no, he took it easy on Fitzpatrick. It's the state Senate. If that goes down with Shapiro and the already state legislature, the House, you're going to see stuff in Pennsylvania that will remind us of California. That's what they're going to do. That's why this is so critical. All right, let's go to Bo in Levittown. He is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bo, afternoon to you.
Hey, Dom. I hope you had a great Memorial Day for the true meaning of what Memorial Day was, as opposed to going to an ice center and not even protesting. I'll call it rioting.
Rioting.
But that's beside the point.
Yeah.
But I want to say every day, I don't care if Stacey Garrity only has 50 cents in her war chest. I want to see commercials like they did that Democrats want boys and girls sports. I want to see that every single day. I want Josh.
Whatever, to double or triple on that issue works. We know it.
And don't be afraid to do it. And the other factor is also that I don't think Josh Shapiro will ever be in the presidential race. And the reason why is because he's Jewish. Unless they could ask him, are you going to convert to Islam or, even Christianity? I mean, how are you going to run as a Jew with an anti-Semitic party? I just don't see it.
That is a hot issue. Thank you, Bo. And so far, he's been able. That's why when the guy blew up the house there, right? And we know why he did it. He's an anti-Semite, Gaza, and all that. He downplayed that. He'll have to continue to downplay it. You're right. It's an anti-Semitic party. But I see him as more relentless than a Newsom and some of these others. But that's right. How in the world would they make him their nominee given, just take a look. Hassan Piker is their guy. Hey, Hassan, how was Cuba? It's going to be interesting to see with the subpoena with Hassan Piker and how people react to it. Let's go to Lenny and Pittman. And Lenny on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lenny.
Don, how are you? We got quite a career together. But listen, I thought of my prop while I was on hold. I'm in hot pursuit of a black Trans Am. Smokey and the Bandit. I still got my Trans Am.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's centerpiece to that film. So, Lenny, your thoughts on Mikey Sherrill took a gubernatorial role. Andy Kim was more with the mob on Memorial Day.
I got Don. I live in New Jersey, where we hit rock bottom with I call him Eddie Murphy. So I just didn't think it could get any worse. Then we get a helicopter mom. Don't forget it. Doesn't graduate with her class. Can't remember where she got $7 million, and they actually vote for her. That ought to tell you about the mentality of New Jersey. She is a goofball, a veteran on Memorial Day at an ICE facility, and let me remind you, Newark, New Jersey, the worst school systems in the country, crime-riddled, and every other thing, and Cory Booker's from there.
Wait a minute, let me go back to the point on that. I want to emphasize you just made a great point. Even for an ordinary elected official on Memorial Day, even if you're not feeling it, you know what you should be doing. She is a veteran. And we salute her for that. But she played that card, to your point. Helicopter pilot, 50 million times.
And a mom.
Of course. So why is the helicopter pilot not doing that on Memorial Day rather than hanging out with the rioters?
Because welcome to New Jersey, where you can also hit pond scum twice.
All right, Lenny. Good.
Unbelievable. A veteran. And she ran on that.
Gotcha. We'll play you coming up some of the footage of that with the rioters again in the same place. But he's right. More than anybody, particularly the mileage she got out of that. Also, Doge. Doge was not a big success, but it's making me feel warm and fuzzy. And I'll give you the details coming up. The Inquirer says Philadelphia Orchestra's Pride concert with drag queens in the Philadelphia Orchestra. Oh, yeah, it takes us back to Tchaikovsky or something, I guess. Mozart had drag queens. Come on, Henry, in there. Stop making faces. Amadeus had drag queens all over the place. Is back, the Inquirer says, despite Doge cuts. And on the entertainment scene, they're saying that tonight, the last time he was in Philadelphia, it was poetic. Tonight, he's mad. Bruce Springsteen in Philadelphia again. Anne-Marie, are you going? Are you going to give us a full report? Anne-Marie Muldoon, call your office, 855-839-1210. We'll talk with the great Colonel Alan B. West. His views on Cornyn-Paxson. I think if Paxson doesn't win by 10 or more points, I'm going to be surprised tonight. Scott Presler is on the ground in Texas, of course. Hope to hear from him at 2 o'clock. 855-839-1210.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Hey, Dawn here. Get ready to ride in style this summer with that new or certified luxury vehicle you've been wanting. My friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles are here to assist you in your unique vehicle search. The Piazza Premium family, featuring dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Find your Mercedes, Benz, BMW, Porsche, Infiniti, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Jaguar, or Land Rover. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Looking for a great real estate agent? Someone who can help you sell your home fast and for top dollar? Go to Ready.com, REDY.com. Because on Ready, agents will pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, on Ready, agents will pay you for your listing. Thousands of dollars up front just for a chance to sell your home. And it's easy. Just go to Ready.com, enter your address, and when you want to sell. In just 48 hours, the best local agents are competing on Ready to be your agent with cash offers up front just to win your business. Hey, your listing is valuable. Don't give it away. Make those agents earn it. Get paid to pick your real estate agent. Go to Ready.com or call 888-525-REDY. 888-525-READY.
All right, it is downtime, 855-839-1210. All right. Yeah, Henry, I wasn't even thinking of putting it, but it is so nuts. Look, RFK Jr., we're going to show you footage, and apparently there's quite a bromance with Dr. Oz. Remember Dr. Oz on my show? Last time he was on, said he's like a gazelle, the diet and all this stuff. So does it help the cause? He has made inroads already on the issue of dyes in foods and related matters. Really big stuff. Already we're seeing a turnaround. But periodically it comes up some of the nutty things he's done. So he's at Dr. Oz's apparently yesterday with Cheryl Hines, his wife. And Dr. Oz somehow or another allows her, didn't know, I don't know which, Henry, at his house, to have these snakes running around, poisonous snakes. I know he's not in the city, the one house. I haven't been there, but he's got quite a basketball court. All right, Henry, what odds would you give me against Dr. Oz? Be honest here. Now. Come on
now. Yeah, I'd give you a few points there. I think what were we playing, like 11 or something?
Yeah, one-on-one.
One-on-one? Yeah, I'll give you, I think you win by 3 points.
Okay, pretty good, because I plan on not having him score at all. That's my strategy. Might be a long game. We might need halftime. Anyhow, Dr. Oz has snakes on the patio there. Here's how it sounded with RFK Jr. as saying he's a snake handler and Cheryl Hines. Oh, Bobby, no. Here's how it sounded.
Yeah. So, what are they? Well, they were having sex. So what were they?
Moccasins. Those are dangerous.
No, they're not moccasins.
Huh?
They're not moccasins.
Oh. Okay.
Are they biting?
Yeah. Honey, let us go. Oh my God.
Jesus, their mouths are huge.
Please. Bobby, please. Oh God.
They're coming up.
Maybe the wife should be more interventionist. I could see what she puts up with kind of here.
What do you mean?
You think what Roe's doing if I'm picking up snakes?
They're little tiny snakes.
Oh my God. You got bitten though.
So?
What are you thinking? Dr. Oz is going to suck the poison out?
They're non-venomous. He strikes me as a guy that knows snakes for some reason, and he's like, oh, these are just simple,
Henry.
gardener snakes, even though that's not what they are.
You know what?
Racers.
Those sounds. We ought to do a side question. Always occurs to me. Famous last words. Oh, honey, I know these snakes. They're not poisonous. Really? I mean, these guys are worth gazillions of dollars and are fooling around with snakes? To what point? You think you wouldn't do that? Come on.
Yeah, I would do that. I mean, if I knew the snake, if I knew, this is just a common gardener snake, yeah, get out of here. Get out of my garden. Get off my porch.
Get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn.
Okay,
yeah, Gran Torino.
And he gets bit. That's nothing. He's fine.
Yeah, it's
but
a
what
small
I'm saying,
snake.
when you are so this makes him more scientific in your view then. In other words,
more knowledgeable. At least.
I mean, it doesn't seem like wacky, like he's a snake handler or something.
Yeah, no, because the way he's holding them too, I don't think that's how you would hold a live
that's
snake
what I'm
if you're trying
saying.
to corral it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it looks like one of those guys dancing around, that have been bitten by snakes in the church service and all that stuff. And they're always nothing. Can't do anything to me, Dr. Oz is standing by. I wonder what Oz is thinking deep down on this. Like, this would be great TV. Get RFK Jr. on with snakes.
He's be looking like a hero because he caught 2 snakes.
Yeah, exactly. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on. Now, this concert I mentioned got $25,000 doged. It is the Pride concert. This year it stars drag queen Trixie Mattel. Includes Madonna's Vogue, Lady Gaga's Born This Way, and works by Tchaikovsky and Bernstein. So I have no object. The Philadelphia Orchestra wants to do a drag queen concert. They raise the money. Somebody's given them $100,000 to do it. That's why I'm glad they took the Doge money away. Now they've gotten private money. They're not doing it with kids. It's adults. But again, what is it with the drag queens and the Philadelphia Orchestra? Does that really seem like something that is going together? Well, they say they're angry, and this is a bigger concert than ever this year. That money shouldn't have been taken away. And we have Springsteen in town again. The story that got my attention the most, though, and there's a nugget in this over the weekend. San Francisco, pretty prominent YMCA, is having trouble because there's somebody who identifies as female who's male. And women are complaining, so they issued new guidelines about locker rooms, particularly the female locker rooms. You can't just walk around naked. Now they're saying, how are you going to measure that? It has to be discreet, has to be done quickly. And Henry, I thought about this one. See if you have a take on it. And you're to use the you're to use the dryers only for your hair. Like the hand dryers for your hair and your head, it says. Yeah. Get it?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. They had to put that in. So this guy, I guess, is a guy that uses the dryer all over the place. And that's, can you imagine? Yeah. It's the only thing I can think of.
How do you even position yourself?
I know. The dryer has to be just used on the head. 855-839-1210. Okay, yeah, I thought they would say that wouldn't be a winner, so I'll let someone say it maybe. I don't know. Let's take the Maltese Falcon off. Yeah, I know that everybody says that.
It's been the hot call.
Yeah,
exactly right.
I'm looking for something a little bit different. That always gets said. Okay. Yeah. All right, this is coming off the strawberries. So some object, some movie prop that is at the heart of a more contemporary film. Let's put it that way. But even San Francisco, they claim that San Francisco is 1/4 are Catholic, which is higher than most cities across the country. These are Pelosi-type Catholics, I would assume. That's pretty good, though, if they are Catholic, 25%. But this Y there puts out rules. Now, I can remember, Henry, and this always struck me as ridiculous. Some health clubs I was members of, I first started joining a gym. These guys are sitting there naked playing pinochle and all. Yeah. Inside there, it's like, what the hell? It's not the end of the world, but
it's. I feel like that's a dying breed. The locker room guy.
Yeah, the locker room guy. Yeah,
there are the people that just walk around willy nilly, just not a care in the world. And there's the rest of us that are like, dude.
Yeah, let's
put some clothes on.
I just want to get out of here. Yeah. It's that type.
Take your shower, put some clothes on, and get out. Not this whole extracurricular.
I'm not a shower at the gym because I'm only 10 minutes away, so I go home.
Right.
Yeah. But pinochle sitting in there playing for hours and all. All right, so remember that if you're in San Francisco, you're at the Y. Just use that blow dryer. Just use that on your hair. That's the only thing that's allowed. And they have to monitor, all because some guy says he's a different gender, even though he's a biological male. They're in San Francisco, and the rules say that guy can use the women's bathroom and locker room. That's the way that it is. Let's go to Michael in Wilmington. Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Dom. How are you, sir? I was just laughing at the whole gin thing because
your guy's playing pinochle, gin or whatever. Yeah, pinochle.
Yeah, I'm surprised not playing Jenga or something there in the God. But just wanted to say a few things that I thought I didn't get a chance to mention it to you yesterday on the show, but I find it to be quite not ironic, but I think one of your callers said it, how the Democrats really are just exposing themselves more and more, where here they are Memorial Day. You got a guy like George Floyd who had such a tremendous rap sheet before his, obviously that is his death, which was terrible. They're honoring him. Then they're honoring an ICE detention facility up in Jersey, which clearly is all for show, all for politics on a very, very solemn day where you should be honoring our troops, the military, the people who fought for our freedom, which is really disgraceful that they didn't do that. So,
and particularly I think what somebody who both is a veteran, and that should be her first duty, and in addition to, we honor her for that, but she did get a lot of mileage out of it. She reminded the helicopter pilot every 30 seconds, shouldn't she, of all people, not be doing something like that on Memorial Day?
Yeah, exactly. And it's almost as if they cannot help themselves. I mean, truly, I don't know where they're still leaning as far as who they're trying to get support, but they just can't help themselves. I mean, even I'm very curious to see what they do on July 4th. Can you only imagine, Don, who they're gonna basically memorialize on July 4th?
Well, here's what I'm counting on.
Fathers.
That's going to be helpful, and that is Al Sharpton is leading an anti or counter July 4th. And they got to pay homage. You got to pay homage to him when you run. I just want to see, are they going to go to that? Are they going to be doing? Oh, no. You're right, Michael. They cannot help themselves. And if I were advising them, even Shapiro, I'd say, if you want to lane as a Democrat, you got to find a different answer on the trans thing, boys and girls sports. You heard Scott Perry and every one of these guys, you hear me tell them, hey, go with that issue because it's not just the issue. It's that they're crazy, anybody that goes down that path, and that's what you run on.
Yeah, exactly. And then just to kind of piggyback to your point, now you see it's like you have all this, we have to be accepting. We have to be accepting everyone. And now finally these gyms and these workout facilities are saying, okay, we can't have people coming into the locker rooms, undressing, using the hair dryers for inappropriate things.
The hair dryer, that should be look, I don't know who wrote the headline. I had to dig to paragraph 4 for that. If I'm writing that headline, hair dryer must use only for your hair. That's what I'm putting on the front page. Yes.
Exactly.
Imagine using that hair dryer. I don't know. I wouldn't use a hair dryer any place but my own. But not getting on my hair. But can you imagine using that after what's going on in that locker room? God.
Dom, I mean, just hearing you guys talk about this, I'm like, I'm going to be even more careful. I'm at the gym, not going to use anything there.
Just get out of there. Yeah, don't play pinochle. Don't be playing pinochle there. I wonder if there's anybody out there that still is in a gym where guys just walk around naked. I don't get it.
No, please don't call in. Yeah, please don't call in. But to get to my side, Dom, this was a real iconic prop that I thought came right to my mind. And just to kind of set up for it, I know you're going to remember, but, a man like me was made to look ridiculous. And I can't be made to look ridiculous. And I ain't no band leader. That would be in The Godfather, the horse head from the Walls thing, just set up the movie. That horse head was so iconic when Tom Hagen put in there, and then he gets back and, you got Don, like, we made him an offer he couldn't refuse. But it's the horse head.
Excellent.
It's definitely the horse head.
Yeah, the actor that plays the movie mogul is beautifully done. But that's exactly what I said. I ain't no band leader. Yeah. And I think he tells Hagen that, he uses WAPs and all this stuff.
Yeah,
he goes, I'm German-Irish. I've made no threats. 855-839-12. Oh, Pete of Southwest Philadelphia is on the line there. Oh, it's like a midseason guy that comes on to the All-Star team potentially.
Trade deadline acquisition.
Trade deadline acquisition. Yes, he's pushing some of the real stars here. Coming up to Mondani responds to 50 Cent. Henry, I'm telling you, I think 50 Cent is so enraged by this wealth inequality. He might come on the show to talk about it. Fascinating cat. Now, I don't want him in studio. These are not bulletproof windows here. Yeah. But usually I would. What was that the other day? 50 cents for 250.
Five guys for 50.
Yes. But Mondani has to respond on income inequality to 50 Cent in New York. I will play you what he said and your calls and get in at 855-839-1210. All-time movie prop. Something that really revolves around the whole film, if possible, right? The horse head is throughout, making them an offer they can't refuse. And Sinatra getting his first break or big break that way. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I am not an activist. I have no aspirations for politics. I'm not angling for Fox News. By the way, when you look at the history of this morning show, the ones in the past or in the present, like the guy that we put out to pasture in Missouri that agree with Trump 100% of the time, you know what their ratings were compared to the three of us right now? The three of us. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. We've beaten them all.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The sweetness of a low price fades, but quality lasts forever. At Cozy Jewelers, wedding bands aren't pulled from a warehouse. They're crafted, inspected, and designed to be heirloom pieces. You work directly with Paul Cozy. No middleman, no mass production. So when you're choosing a band you'll wear every day, step up to the Fit C. Cozy, because color, cut, clarity, and carat matter, but craftsmanship matters more. Visit Cozy Jewelers today.
I've been working with the team at Lexus at Cherry Hill for over 10 years now, and they just helped me get into my beautiful new white RX 350. I absolutely love it. It's gorgeous. The ride is smooth and quiet, and the entire experience at Lexus at Cherry Hill is always first class. From sales to finance, they treat you like family, and they make the whole process easy. They are family-owned and operated, veteran-owned, and you can truly feel the difference. If you're thinking about a new car, visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
If your kitchen has been on your to-do list for years, Kitchen Magic has news for you. This May is the month to finally do it. We're offering up to 30% off kitchen renovations, plus flexible financing designed to fit any budget. Kitchen Magic has been family-owned and operated right here in Nazareth since 1979, and our team is ready to bring your dream kitchen to life. Don't wait another year. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's get started.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
There are fewer subjects I'd rather. I know I'm in the ninth circle of hell if I awaken, and Sonny Hostin is discussing the New York Giants football team and saying that Dart, the quarterback, is complicit in the offenses of Donald Trump. That was today's ceremony on The View. On and on and on it goes. And you have these people threatening to boycott. I defer to you a little bit on this, Henry. I guess we could check it out. Look, they've been bad. It's hard to believe. But these tickets are handed down. In the NFL, it's still an NFL game. You give up your tickets, I don't know if you're getting back in the rotation again. In New York, even. You think the Giants sell out?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and look, New York is still Democratic, but they're not progressive necessarily. They're kind of like, I think the Philadelphia Eagles fans are Democrats, but apolitical Democrats and moderate and Johnny Doc Democrats and union, that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think they're progressive saying, yeah, I'm going to give up my ticket. Eagles have 40,000 plus the last time I saw it on their waiting list, and they would snap up the tickets. You're not going to boycott them.
No, not happening.
And I've neglected, maybe I knew you were off yesterday, but I really centered on this. Dart is, a bit of a novelty act. But when this happened, I think it was Saturday until Sunday, 24-hour period, they sold, and I guess it's through the NFL or maybe the Giants merchandise, whatever it is, 277,000 jerseys of Dart were sold. That's a record for a 24-hour period.
Is that true?
Yeah, I saw it in several news reports, not just on Twitter. And again, if it's anywhere near there, those are expensive things. I mean, this pushback, this rebuttal against the other side is noteworthy here, that people are tired of this. And the Giants, I think, had the two of them talks. If this were here in Philadelphia, now New York has more media, but man, the Philadelphia Eagles here, they have to center on, I don't know that the Giants with the Knicks, oh God, get the rosaries out. They have days to rest now. We got to hope, I hope that Oklahoma City wins pretty quickly. I see them having a better chance to beat the Knicks. I'm not sure what the line would be on either one, but get it over with so one of them is a little bit able to play. The Knicks would be completely rested again, sweeping a team I think Philadelphia could have beaten. And we can't have the Knicks, the worst fans. As bad as Dallas, you still think Dallas fans are worse? I don't think so.
Because they know they're the worst. Knicks fans are just, they don't know they're that obnoxious. Cowboys fans lean into it.
Okay. I think Cowboys fans might be dumber.
They're also
true.
dumber, yeah.
Yeah. But nothing is more obnoxious and insufferable than New York fans. New York, by definition, to me. And these Knicks fans, God. And the, what guy? The Timothy Chalamet. Hugging, I forget who it was, and saying we're going to the blanking finals on TV. Oh, my God.
I think it was Cat. Yeah.
That's the other thing. Their entourage of celebrities. Oh.
I wish we had that. I mean,
yeah,
I like M. Night Shyamalan, you know. I like Alan Horowitz sitting courtside, but, like, what do we got past that?
Yeah. But they don't seem to do the annex of these guys, though. They're not as prominent. That's true. Okay. Side question today, that all time we're looking for a prop, if you will, or at least something, an object that the whole thing revolves around. Let's go to Pete in Southwest Philly. Hey, Pete, afternoon to you.
Hello, Dom.
Hello, Pete.
And good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Pete.
Dom, due to Dom Giordano Day on June 19th,
yes.
Robert from Ben Salem is here. He stopped over. We were playing chess. And Robert would like to congratulate.
That's a pretty clear Robert, even better
Exactly
than Robert.
right.
Wow. Robert seems like he's been taking vitamins or something. Wow.
Dom, I don't think anyone else there will remember this, but you're older and I'm older, and I think we'll both remember Walter Brennan from the Real McCoys. Do you remember Walter Brennan?
No, I don't. Stumpy, don't be shooting when I come in, John Wayne.
Oh, I was going to say, this is his voice from the actual show. It was on all the time, and this is the best one of all, Tom. God, Luke, get the chickens in the barn.
Good stuff, Pete. What's your side today, Pete or Robert or Joe?
I don't have a side today, Dom, because I just got home from Sea Isle. I'm not even unpacked yet. Listening on the radio, I don't like to drive and talk.
Yeah, okay.
So I'll call during the week, but I'll be caller of the day today. Thank you very much.
You certainly are.
Robert of Ben Salem. Is this the imposter Robert? We got another Robert in Ben Salem. This guy claims he is. Let me hear him. Hello, imposter. How are you?
Yes. You got me, Dom?
Yes, it is. I think. Is that the real Robert? I can't tell.
Yes. No, it is me, and I almost feel self-conscious about this because Pete sounds better as me than I do. But,
well, what I meant,
Dom,
something's up with that guy. Did you hear how clear that Robert had been saying? There wasn't a little bit of phlegm in his voice at all.
Right.
I mean, it was like
younger
crystal
Robert.
clear. Yes. Guy is
he nails it all. He definitely nails it all. It's a great caller, man. I really enjoyed that. And I'll try not to feel self-conscious about my normal greeting going forward. But before I get
Henry's not mad
before
at you about
that. Before I get to the side question, I was asking, you were doing an all-star thing instead of the caller of the year this year?
No, we'll still do caller of the year, but in honor of all the Dubs here,
okay.
we're going to do two things. Yeah, I think Henry's right. It would be fun to field a team. We'll still do caller of the year, though. Oh, we wouldn't lose that.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, well, because I was thinking that if you didn't have caller of the year, that means I was going to get stuck with the prizes from last year, and I know that I know that the Earl and Scott backed out, and I thought they did it for strictly altruistic reasons. But after looking at this '93 Yugo and the expired Costco membership, I think they did it so that they could pass them on to me.
Oh, yeah, we only get the biggest prizes for that. Yes.
Man, whatever you guys do, man, it's going to be fun. I know it is. It always is. But I hope you guys had a great weekend, and I'm going to keep it simple today. I'm going to go with I don't want to change my answer too soon because I'm going to step on somebody's toes. So I'll stay with the gold ticket from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
That is go ahead.
It kind of symbolizes that shot that every kid in that position is looking for at that time. You know what I mean? And when it falls out of the heavens onto your lap, you got to say life is an amazing thing, Dom. You know, and I'll leave it there. But you guys have a great day, all right?
All right, thank you. Thanks, Robert. I'm still getting over that stun. Where's that JB guy now? That's the porch guy. He works the porch. Remember that? It's one thing to have one insight. He went to the first kiss, and then he went to something. You pass out drunk, I think, on the porch. All in one thing. Pete might be on the All-Star team. I don't know what position you figured out.
DH maybe.
DH.
We haven't seen him play the field yet.
Okay, that's right. That's right, Pete. We need a little bit more on that. Yeah, Mulligan's June 19th. Several people have told me they've already rented their motel there. I don't know if one person has like a floor or whatever. That may be just a rumor. And Johnny is already getting Mulligan's ready. It's going to be as spectacular. I think, well, we're hoping Scott Presler thought he might have the first meeting that day, right, of the Pennsylvania Republican Board.
Right.
Are they going to meet on Juneteenth, though? I don't think so.
I wouldn't think so.
No, I think we might corral him. I'm working on it with the book signing. All right, coming up, Colonel Allen B. West, or as Colonel Rudder called him the other day, Al.
Oh, man, are you going to call him that?
I'm going to call. I'm going to say, hello, Al. Excuse me, Colonel Rudder said that. Yes. We'll get his take on what's going on in Texas today, among other things. That's next on Talk Radio 1210.
PDQ POS is the MVP in point-of-sale solutions. Easy to use with the best support in the industry, and it doesn't take a bite out of your sales with costly fees. It's the choice of all concept food service businesses across the country. PDQ POS has real-time analytics with insights to elevate your team and your play calling. PDQ POS has been rated the #1 point of sale by restaurant owners for more than 35 years, so don't wait. Make the switch to PDQ POS today. Visit PDQ POS.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Air conditioner, oh air conditioner, will you make it through the summer?
If you don't, it'll be a bummer. Start your spring off right. We got huge rebates if that budget's tight. This is Jonathan Cans, and I am not a poet. I am, however, the third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We are the mainline's oldest family-owned HVAC company, and we are not private equity-owned. But we are experts in rebates, big ones. And right now, there are up to $2,300 in rebates available. Contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekанze.com.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
A warmer air mass builds into the Delaware Valley today. We'll see partly sunny skies with a high temperature back above average at 82. For tonight, becoming mostly cloudy, some showers possible overnight with a low 66. And a humid day on Wednesday, some morning showers possible, then partly sunny with a high again 82.
Take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, and Frontier from Piazza Nissan of Ardmore. Shop online at piazzanissan.com or visit their showroom at 265 East Lancaster Avenue in Ardmore.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big guest. Iran, national security, Texas, Cornyn, Paxson. Who else are we going to call on but Al? Well, at least that's what Colonel Rudder calls him. Let's go to Al. Hello, Al. How are you today?
Al is doing very well. I think that was a song by Paul Simon. Just call me Al.
Well, I told Colonel Rudder, who was on the show with his book on Friday, wait a minute, no one calls this guy Al. Are you kidding me? How did we get to that level? Woo!
No, it's all good. Thanks for having me on, Don.
Well, you are welcome, Colonel. So Iran over the weekend, I'm in the camp that thinks President Trump's better instincts came in, and Ted Cruz, I think, did a lot with this to move away from some kind of deal just to get this over with. What do you think? Did that happen? Is that the way it's going? And then President Trump realized it's got to be something substantial. Otherwise, this will be seen as a mistake.
Yeah, if you don't have some, overarching strategic objective that you have met, and what I mean by that, Iran cannot be in control of the Straits of Hormuz, and you cannot have this current type of leadership that is still in place there. I mean, that does not change the future going ahead. They will still be a number one state sponsor of Islamic terrorism. They will still seek to do everything they can to hold that region hostage. And as a matter of fact, you just saw, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, we had to take out a couple of Iranian naval vessels that were laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So there's no attitude adjustment that has fully been changed. So I think that it's critical that the president understands that even beyond this thing about getting the nuclear material, we have to have control of that strait, or they can't have control of the Straits of Hormuz. And I think that the Gulf Cooperation Council nations that are there would sleep a lot more peacefully if they knew that this current leadership in Iran was not there. And we don't need to go in and change the leadership, but we can set the conditions for that leadership to be toppled.
Bad sign to me, though. Iran somewhat, and I'm saying this somewhat for them, reopened the internet to stop blocking it in some way, shape, or form. I'm kind of surprised at that. I thought they'd sit on it. Or is that a good sign that they're trying to let the people see they're not being as repressive?
Well, I think they're trying to, make that case, and of course they'll shut it back down. But I believe, in a way, they still believe that they have a position of strength, that they have a position of a perceived high ground, because right now we're sitting around and we're talking about having negotiation and having this transactional thing called making a deal with them when we should be crushing them. Sun Tzu said in The Art of War, you're supposed to impose your will on your enemy, your adversary. I don't think that they feel that we have imposed our will upon them.
Well, what is it we would do, though? You buy into, I do, but you are you're closer to this. You buy into the notion they don't care what happens to their people. So almost no matter what we do, it's not going to matter to them. Is that true?
No, you're absolutely right. You can talk about bombing bridges and power plants, but that's not their center of gravity. Their center of gravity is, the revenues that they have flowing into them that keeps them in power, and that means the oil and gas industry. So that's what we have to separate them from. And then the other thing that we need to do is to separate the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps away from the regular army. Get the regular army on the side of the people, and then you can see something happen. Look, I'm an old school guy. I don't see why we aren't doing massive leaflet drops all over Iran, especially the population centers. That's how you undermine their messaging and their propaganda.
That has always worked. No matter what anyone says, there are ideas that work. Yes. Somebody told me the other day in a political campaign, yard signs, we're not doing that. That never works. Are you crazy? It's relatively low cost, and it works.
Yeah. And bumper stickers.
And bumper stickers. Absolutely. Want to talk Cornyn, Paxson. Yeah, I know, but you are the guy on the ground that's dealt with all these guys. My only fear, I'm not somebody, as you know, who dismisses the opposition because I want one thing to win. Tallarico and Texas, on paper, don't go together. But this guy has gotten to this point. I don't think he's Beto O'Rourke. I don't know if you are the expert on that. This guy's a little bit better than Beto O'Rourke. He's got a shtick that's better, the religious stuff and all that, and he's gotten to this point. Or do you see him as just another Beto O'Rourke?
Well, I think that he is a little bit more refined than Robert Francis O'Rourke. I think that, Beto was very good at getting out there with the younger people. But I will tell you, here I am in Garland, Texas, and my neighbor, a couple of houses up, already has a Tallarico for Texas sign out. So that lets you know that he is getting some traction, especially in major urban population centers. Will he win in East Texas and West Texas? Of course not. Will he win down in South Texas? He'd be very challenged because of his stance on immigration security. But we all know, and here's the deal. I was at church this past weekend, and I had several people come up to me and say, I just don't know if I can vote for Paxson with his character issues. If there are enough people that don't go out and do that, then Ken Paxton's not going to win. I mean, Cornyn will win. If he can convince people, look aside from my character issues, look at what I've done as Attorney General and maybe what I will do as a senator, then Ken Paxton will be successful. It's going to be a tight race, but it is really GOP establishment versus, grassroots when it comes to this runoff.
Even with the Trump endorsement, you think this could be close?
Yes, I absolutely do, because people are looking ahead. And, some people say it's an empty argument, but you still have to consider it. What will the commercial advertisements look like if it's Ken Paxton against James Tallarico? We know the Democrats are not going to talk about issues. They're going to talk about everything Paxton.
Well, what would, for listeners, and even I know the one thing, and look, this guy and his wife, this is really, really, on a personal level, troubling to have to vote for this guy, but it's about holding the Senate. Is that what you mean, or is there something even bigger than that?
Yeah, it's all of the. It's kind of like Pigpen from Charlie Brown. The dirt that travels around with him. It's whether or not people can tolerate the dirt. If they can just hold their breath and say, okay, John Cornyn has not been very trustworthy when it comes to Second Amendment issues. Some other things. Trump has endorsed this guy. Let's go ahead and allow him to be our nominee going forward.
Wow. So I thought Paxson would be the winner today, but I'm worried about him versus Tallarico. Has Paxton's wife been out there? Would she, if he is the nominee? How do people know then her grievance against her husband? I mean, was it just previously she stated something and then went away?
Oh, it was hugely public. I mean, this was in all of the papers and everything, and her quotes and what have you. So there is no secret, and so you can expect those type of things to be part of campaign ads against Paxton. He did have his daughter come out and give him an endorsement, but the wife has not, and I think that's very telling because she's a state senator here in the state of Texas.
I didn't know that.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, and Cornyn, your experience with him, because we've had none here, other than, I do say from afar, he seems like a classic rhino. Would you say that's off?
No, you're not off. You're spot on. And what I have seen of John Cornyn in my time here since 2014 is that he kind of disappears, does whatever he wants to do, and then a year and a half, a year before election time, he starts to try to transform himself into something else.
Okay. Well, Colonel, what's imminent for you? What are you up to in the near future we should know about?
Well, I will tell you that next week is the 82nd anniversary of D-Day, and I am taking 25 conservative college students over to Normandy to be a part of that. This is my second year doing so through the Young America's Foundation because I think it's so important we connect our kids with our history. And when you come off of Memorial Day, for them to stand on Utah Beach, Omaha Beach, these drop zones where these men dropped into, this is a big deal for our young people to see.
My only experience with that, it's on the list with the travel people we work with, is watching The Longest Day. I saw it twice again over Memorial Day.
Yeah,
it is The Longest
movie.
Day. But, Colonel, given your military background, given basically, too, right in your zone, parachuting, et cetera, how in the world did they get up those heights? The other beaches seem to be historically that it wasn't a pushover, but the American spot was amazing to accomplish that. What's your sense being there on the ground, how they were able to do it?
It was sheer will and determination. When you talk about the greatest generation, the men of the 1st Infantry Division and the 29th Infantry Division and the Rangers who scaled Pont du Hoc, it was just their courage. And it's just an incredible thing to stand there and look upon those heights and see what they accomplished across that wide spread of beach.
Yeah, it just seems amazing. Well, we'll talk with you about it. Hopefully there'll be a moment. I don't know if we can hook up with you from there, but that is a great opportunity for listeners on this. And where do we find you in social media and the like?
You find me on all of the social media platforms, except for that TikTok. And you can also, the Young America's Foundation, hopefully they'll be uploading pictures, yaf.org, while we're over there. But I look forward to talking with you upon return. We get back the 8th of June.
All right, absolutely. Colonel, thank you so much. Have a great trip.
Thank you. God bless. My pleasure, Dom.
All right, Colonel Alan B. West, or Al, as he's known to Colonel Rudder. I told you we'd asked him about that. He wasn't stunned by it. I had to set it up with the Rudder thing. I just couldn't go Al with this. The Longest Day, and then Patton was on last night. Immediately after that opening scene with George C. Scott is mind-boggling. I'm trying to think if there's a movie prop in Patton. Probably the pistols. That might be it. The guy had so much stuff going on, more than MacArthur even, I think. All right, it's 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time movie prop coming off Humphrey Bogart and the Strawberries is what I've been talking about. You heard Colonel West that this might be pretty close. I'm kind of surprised, even with the Trump endorsement. Scott Presler will be here at 2, we believe, and he's in Texas on the ground. Big push by the influencers and others on Twitter, given the Trump endorsement. I'm kind of surprised. And you heard what he said, not that they want to vote for the Democrat, but Paxson, this is pretty intense publicly with his wife and related matters. You know, you can say, well, we're past that. No, this is pretty bad. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Your calls are next.
It's Tri-County Auto time with new May deals on Toyotas and Jeeps. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. The Memorial Day sales event is going on now at Tri-County Toyota. Take advantage of special savings across their lineup, like a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma with 2.99% APR financing. Ask about their veteran specials. They love veterans at Tri-County. It's their way of saying thank you to those who served our country. Now, if you're ready for your next Jeep, step into a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler with legendary capability. Now leasing for just $392 a month during the Declaration of Deals sales event. Tri-County Jeep has over 25 Jeep Grand Cherokees packed full of savings. Stop by during the Declaration of Deals event and see my great friends over at Tri-County. Look for the gigantic American flag and go on their website at tricounty.com to see all the great specials. King of Prussia, Limerick, Jersey, Philly, the main line, easy to get to from wherever you are. Tricounty.com.
Rent-A-Kill North America, Inc. seeks an audit project manager, Reading, PA. Must have bachelor's degree in accounting, business administration, or related, and 5 years of senior audit experience in an international environment, including accounting, business analysis, and program eval. Standards for the professional practice of internal auditing and code of ethics developed by the IIA, GAAP, management principles and best business practices. Fraud investigation, research and interviewing personnel regarding potential fraud. Testing IT general controls, spreadsheet, data visualization, and teammate audit software. Environ, health and safety tech standards and regulations in the pest control industry, including experience auditing compliance with fumigation service-related regulations. Fluent in Spanish. International travel 10 to 20%. Remote work an option. Email CVs to marie.pruitt@rentakill-terminix.com with resume attached in the subject line. EOE.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Could this year get any f***ing worse?
Dom Giordano presents... Progressive women
Your words are garbage, and you're a bad person at this point.
gone wild.
Henry on a case. I told him I don't see any progressive women gone wild that I was able to pull today, which is rare. Maybe it was Memorial Day. And he suggested, oh no, Cyndi Lauper. Lauper,
yeah.
Lauper. Cyndi Lauper. The voice got me. Maybe I haven't heard her enough recently. The voice seemed pretty strange to me. Here she's talking about the Save America Act and how this Save America Act is just about stopping women from voting.
Hi, it's me, Cindy. Don't be fooled. The SAFE Act is not about protecting against voter fraud. It's about voter suppression. Congress is trying to pass the SAVE Act to make it harder to vote, especially for millions of women. First, they come after our right to control our bodies, and now they're coming after our right to vote. So we must stop them. We are half the population. You need to stand up now. Join me in telling your senators.
Yeah, that girls just want to have fun. Okay. Now, here is AOC on her rant about the redistricting in the South and about the Supreme Court. And you know, the NAACP, I don't know who's advising them, thought, well, we got to boycott something. Let's tell African-American athletes to boycott the SEC. Don't go to the SEC teams. What's everybody going to go to Ohio State then?
Apparently, yeah.
Apparently, yeah. We're watching this. Yeah, here they made it into a recruitment tool. They made it into
it's a fan edit. It's an SEC, pro SEC edit.
SEC edit, youtube.com/1210. Every time AOC hits a southern state, here's how it looks and sounds.
It's time for the North to pull up to the South. It is time for New York to pull up to Alabama. It is time for all of us to come to Georgia. to Louisiana, to Tennessee, to Mississippi. Them know exactly what they have uncorked.
On my own, here we go.
Yeah, and over the weekend, it became more and more apparent that AOC is gearing up to run for president. Doesn't mean in the end, but this is more than just an idle threat. Kamala Harris still leading in the polling. That's name recognition. Do I think Kamala Harris would be their choice again? And this idea, well, if she ran against Trump now, she would win. Even with all the stuff that we're seeing, even the media onslaught, she's not going to win. America's not going to put Kamala Harris in the White House. Mark that down, 150, 152 on today. All right, let's go to a couple people. Scott Presler, who is, I believe, on the ground in Texas, coming up. Let's go to Chef Dave in Oak Lynn on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chef Dave.
Hey, what's going on, Dom?
Good.
Well, this movie, 99.9% of your listeners never even heard of it, or granted, watched it. It's a German movie I found in the library called The White Rose, the story of Sophie Scholl. She published 6 leaflets, her brother, and a couple of their friends. They basically were anti-Nazi movement. And in the leaflets, they talked about the mass murder of Jews and Soviet POWs on the Eastern Front. And the 6th leaflet was based on her boyfriend's letters and her brother's eyewitness accounts because he was in the medical corps on the Eastern Front for 6 months. And they used the fall of Stalingrad as the leaflets, the base of their leaflets. And she got caught by a janitor pushing the leaflets over the balcony at Munich University, and she got her head chopped off a couple days later. That's basically it, Tom.
I know of that. I don't know the whole film. I know of that movement, though, Dave. That's a good one. Yeah, I don't think people would know the movie, though. I don't remember seeing the movie. I've seen it interspersed, what people were doing there, the resistance. And the only point I continue to make about Iran is this. The Nazis, the German people, soured on Hitler at a certain point. The number of attempted assassinations, the number of things that were being done there are obvious. Now, I'm not saying he still didn't have some support. That would be ridiculous. But the Japanese did not. The Japanese were rallying, and they were willing to kill every American and themselves in the end. Why? Religious fanaticism. The emperor is God. Religious fanaticism. What do the Iranians have? Religious fanaticism. At least enough of them, based on what we can tell, and that makes it difficult. And they've gotten away with it for 47 years. This is the first president, and I bet other presidents are saying, see, that's why I didn't do it. They weren't going to take it on because they realize they're unbelievable at dragging things out, at continuing to play, weighing mines over the weekend when we hit them in the middle of a ceasefire. Okay, coming up, we hope Scott Presler, I know he's in the middle of the Texas race, and a Greek culture news site. I've been waiting on this one all weekend. Rips Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey for excluding Greeks from the DEI cast. Imagine The Odyssey without any Greeks in it. Oh, what an outrage. I'll give you the details. Henry, are you seeing this film? I wouldn't see The Odyssey I love the whole Homer and The Odyssey, but I don't think I'm seeing the movie.
I'll see anything Christopher Nolan and the way this star-studded cast is. Yeah, of course I'm going to go see it.
Who's the main star?
Matt Damon as Odysseus.
That's I don't see it. You think you're a Damon fan, huh?
Yeah, I like Matt Damon.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with him. I think he's a good actor. He's a great movie.
He's okay. I'll give him that.
He knows how to pick a good lead role, I'll say.
Okay. He has picked roles that were major, without a doubt. All right, 855-839-1210. And we got Money Melody today, too, for a great prize. All that in a big 2 o'clock hour.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Craving real barbecue? Head to Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey. Voted Best of South Jersey Barbecue for 14 years. Open Friday through Sunday from noon till 7. Featuring St. Louis-style ribs, beef brisket, burgers, and an all-you-can-eat buffet every Sunday. Dine inside, relax outside, grab takeout, or let Henry's Hots cater your next event with full-service catering. Find them at 1003 Black Horse Pike in Folsom or visit bestbbqsj.com. Henry's Hots Barbecue. Real Texas-style barbecue done right.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. redpocket.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Here's the big announcement. Coming up next Thursday, May 28th, at the New Jersey FOP Lodge 56 in West Berlin, we will be live from 6 to 11, and we will have a special guest. Sean Farish is coming on up.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a good old time.
Yes.
Yes.
Sean will join us live and in person next Thursday at FOP Lodge 56. Go get tickets right now. 1210WPHT.com. They're free. Again, they're free.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. Moments away, we hope, with Scott Presler, who's right in the middle on the ground. You heard the estimation of Colonel Allen West that Cornyn could win, given the baggage of Paxson. I don't know about that. I trust the Colonel. She's deeply involved in political matters there. And I know Scott going all out for Paxson, and he has the Trump endorsement. And I think he's been leading in most of the polls that I've seen. And this is critical. You got to hold Texas. I know people want more of a America First MAGA senator than Cornyn, and almost anybody would be that. So we hope to hook up with Scott, in days like this, and he's in the middle of it, a little difficult, the big primary happening. One thing, I don't remember saying anything about a plot of a movie, not a plot of a movie. Don't call Kirk about plots. We're not talking about that. All this came about getting strawberries the other day. They were nice enough down there at Farley, and it just got on my mind. Movie props, meaning an object, something like that that's used in a film, and it really helps. That's what we remember about the film. It helps to resolve the strawberries in Cane Mutiny, frozen strawberries. That's what the trigger was.
One-armed man.
Yeah, one-armed man.
He had one arm. He killed my wife.
That's it. Yeah. Mine was a Gran Torino. Throughout Gran Torino is something that really moves the plot, particularly in a big way at the end with the kid driving off with it. So a prop, there's a million elements, all in the telling, all why you center in on that one that got your attention, that really helps to generate more of the film. Now, Henry said anything Christopher Nolan does, okay. He's under fire, though, from the Greeks. A Greek interest publication, one of their Greek culture news sites, is calling him out. Now, could this be? He has no Greek actors in his adaptation of the Odyssey. We've been this before where, and look, I'm willing to give a lot to a director, whatever, what their vision is and what they're going to do. We've been through this before. Well, why can't this actor play that, and et cetera? But I find it curious with the Odyssey. Nolan's film is based, of course, on the 2,800-year-old epic poem told by Homer, which follows the fantastic journey of the heroic king of Ithaca, Odysseus. It is one of the oldest known works of literature and history and was composed by a Greek man in Greek for his fellow Greeks. Yet they say Nolan's film, toasted by Hollywood cross media for its diversity, doesn't have any Greeks in it at all. And the Greek City Times, an Australian-based news site dedicated to promoting Hellenism and serving the global Greek diaspora, is calling out the hypocrisy of that creative decision. Yeah, I think if you're going to be celebrating diversity with Odysseus, you might have some Greek actors in there, if that's the plot. I see this as failure all over it. First of all, I don't know a film about Odysseus is going to be a big Hollywood spectacular that's going to work right now anyhow. I'd be suspect.
Why is that?
I just don't see anything. And I don't think the average person knows that. We've fallen down so much that this is not something on the tip of the tongue of the average American moviegoing.
Well, I think that's why people would see it, because they don't know the story. I mean, when's the last time someone made anything about the Odyssey?
Yeah.
60s?
Yeah, but I don't see who's the audience for this. What's the angle that's going to move this?
I think general audiences.
Okay. A little pizza bet on this. Well, what is it going to cost to make this, and then what will they make out of it? But the diversity angle will get a lot of press. I just think that's another thing that's going to be a little bit difficult here. Animal Farm's on my mind for a more recent failure. So we'll see. When does it come out, Henry? Do you know, like fall?
Hold on. Let me look that up. I was looking up the budget.
Yeah. Okay. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. I'm in the camp that says, yeah, we haven't seen a film about Odysseus.
July 17th.
Oh, July 17th. All right. Well, we're going to hunker down on this. And what's the budget?
Blockbuster of the summer.
I'm betting against this. I cannot. I just see it.
There's no reason to go to the movies anymore other than see big, spectacular films like this. That's what will drive people to the theater, that it is a theater experience.
Okay, and I would argue you got to know a little bit more about this for that to happen.
I disagree. I think a good movie introduces everything you need to know at the start of that movie and throughout that movie. See, the hallmark of a good sequel isn't whether or not it stands up to the first. It's can you watch that second movie without really knowing anything about that first movie? Can it stand alone on itself? That's why a movie like The Dark Knight, being the second movie in a trilogy, it stands above the rest, but it's not the first movie in the film. Usually the first movie gets all the love. But that's what I'm saying. It stands alone. If it can stand alone, explain the plot, explain the characters well enough, then it will be a good movie. You don't need to explain that much to the audience.
I'm saying the American public is so far removed from anything of the classics, Homer, they're going to think Simpson. Come on now.
I disagree because I don't think he's making it, as classical as you're saying it is, because given the cast.
Okay.
There's no
but
Greeks
I still
in the
think
cast.
That's the underlining. Okay, so he's going completely. He's telling another story here that we don't need to know anything about.
I don't think he's telling another story. I think he's doing it up a little bit.
Okay. All right. July 17th. Let's mark this one down as we count down. Not too far away. 855-839-1210. You get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. We'll try to reach Scott. By the way, kudos to Wildwood. Mayor Ernie called in on Thursday, and there was a pop-up party. See, I thought these were big things like on the beach or whatever. No, but the Wildwood Police intelligence gathering, it was a B&B, and they found out about this. The guy, and was right across the street from the police station, and they were able to break this up so much so that people just went home from it. So Wildwood and Seaside Heights had a lot over the weekend also, and the two both enforced the law, and they had, well, it's raining too. We're going to see what happens when we get in more to summery weather. But Wildwood's not fooling around with this type of stuff. Neither is Ocean City and a few of the others. The Iran deal optimism is the watchword today, even though I'm not optimistic of any good settlement out of this. I don't see how you could be, but it's driving the markets again. Trump is doing a good job at keeping the markets stoked and keeping oil relatively down. Let me see if I can tell you what it is per barrel right now, but it hasn't reached astronomical rates. That's given our energy independence too. But the market is buying that there is a settlement on the horizon. I don't see what the good settlement is. Are the Iranians going to give up the nuclear material, take it out themselves, whatever, and reopen the Strait of Hormuz? Are they going to be doing that? And how do we ascertain that they're not driving their nuclear capabilities? It's down, it's at 93. 100 had become routine. So there is optimism on this. Let's go to Sandra in Malvern. And Sandra's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Sandra.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
First of all, I just want to say that my family and I were surprised to hear that you and Pope Leo agree on something.
Absolutely. I agree with him. I'm in his corner against Burgum. He's absolutely right to caution in his own way, I think, about AI. He's on the money and saying we need to disarm AI. I think that's theological more than technical. He's right.
Right. Well, he'll do fine as long as he knows what his position is and where he's.
Sandra? It was a little difficult. Call us back, Sandra, very much. Yeah, Pope Leo issued, I don't know if it's going to be 40,000 words, something like that. The encyclical, his first one, humanity versus the machine is what it comes down to. And I'm always going to be on that side. I think these people are, over the weekend we had Wozniak. Remember Wozniak, big tech guy, cautioning students that they're right and that they have a brain and we haven't been able to create that with AI. By the way, I got to play this, youtube.com/1210. I'm looking for it here. You know, things can happen at a graduation. But the moronic, and you put this together, Henry. Yeah, here it is. It's cut 9. I wanted to ask people what they were due. Was this, so I want to say Tennessee. It was Franklin County. It was 2 graduations in one, I believe. Here's some of the coverage. Students forced to, this is torrential downpours that seem to go on for quite a while. Cut 9. So you put this together, and watching these kids have to sit there, and the parents and adults during this, you can't say, well, in a last second, we thought we were going to get through this, radar, yada, yada, yada. You got to have a backup plan when it's this torrential. And I'm seeing people, some influencers, some people on Twitter saying, these are wusses. It's the wussification of America. It's a graduation. You got to have a backup plan.
Yeah, that's just an arrogant school board or arrogant administration.
Exactly.
Just being like, rain or shine, it's outside on the football field.
Yeah, because our parents and all love it. It's big enough and all this stuff. Okay, well, what are you going to do if it's raining torrentially? Now, you can say, I know it's not optimal. You can get on the loudspeaker and say, we're going to move it back, because I think it was a certain part of the day you could move it back 2 hours or 3 hours. Mm-hmm. If that appears to be pretty certain. I mean, I was teaching. They had a backup plan. They had the chairs ready. They were going to do it inside. It's not optimal, but you're going to say, all right, we've decided, storm's coming. We're moving inside. We're not going to put people through this. But what is it with these people saying, so grow up and all? You're rained on a little bit. This is soaked. They had trouble walking across the stage even. We also played yesterday the woman at a community college apologizing because AI malfunctioned and they couldn't do the names anymore. And she actually came to the podium and said, well, at least you have the pictures. So Sandra, I'm going to call them as I see them with the Pope. I think he's exactly right on this. I think he's cautioning about where this goes, and we don't know where it's going. He's not saying stop AI completely. Now, some people are afraid. Burgum, who is a bit of a moron on this, the interior guy with Maria Bartiromo today, said, is that really his lane? He doesn't understand this. Really? Do I think Burgum knows? No one knows where this is going. And that's why you have to be cautious with it. We do know it's going to cost jobs. I don't care what anyone says. And these college students are recognizing this is what they're up against. And you have people just waiting to use this. And we know that AI doesn't know what it's doing when it gives you research or information or is asked to do anything that requires judgment. And we're rolling the dice on this. You sound like a Luddite. At least that word's coming back. I heard it over the weekend a lot. Okay, I'm coming to more calls. We'll see if we get Scott on. But right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, we are playing today for a copy of Scott Jennings' book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization like Odysseus. Sure, he'll give a review of the movie. All right, Henry, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side question, we're asking for that all-time movie prop, not plot.
Right.
Prop, P-R-O-P.
Right.
And so I'm going to play you some music from a movie with a very signature prop. The signature prop being from this movie, a fake ID, a false identification card used to buy alcohol. So I'm going to play you a score from the soundtrack of this movie. I want to know the name of the movie that its featured prop is a fake ID. Movie centers around a fake ID. You want to know the name of this movie?
All right, hit us with that, and you get the book, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Spring is here, and that means wind, rain, and roofing problems. When it comes to protecting your home, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Family owned and operated for 53 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry. That's experience. That's integrity. That's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Now we're moving into summer, and it's time we find out how brutal the winter weather was to our home. Hey, it's Rich Izzioli. If you're looking for a contractor that can help you with repairs during this time, or maybe you want to get a jump on those renovations, go with my guys, Emmons. They deliver protection, peace of mind, and true craftsmanship. That's why Emmons has always been my go-to contractor for over 10 years in 2 different homes. And they even just remodeled our kids' bathroom. Plus, you're going to get American-made products, American-made roofing products to lifetime warranted Owens Corning roofs built to handle severe weather, siding that elevates and insulates your home, and made in America, windows and doors that blend style and performance, made in America. Emmons has you covered every step of the way. So go to emmonsroofing.com, upgrade your home with confidence, make sure you tell them I sent you, and always go with the company that I go with because I trust them, and they've delivered for me each and every time in 2 different homes. That's Emmons Roofing, emmonsroofing.com.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox.
Let's go.
But there's one critical step before digging.
Wait, what?
Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
Maybe I should have listened to the home message first.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is exactly right. Let's hear the clue. Let's hear the sound.
Main prop in this movie, I'd have to say, is a fake ID. I want to know the name of this movie.
Is this the real Robert, the fake Robert, or the Robert pretending not to be
trio.
Robert? Or is it the real Guido? Robert in Ben Salem. All right, Robert, what's your answer today?
Hi again, you guys, and I was considering changing my name to McLovin, but McLovin from Ben Salem doesn't really pop.
Okay.
But the movie is super bad.
Nicely done.
Nicely done. We'll put you on hold. Enjoy the Scott Jennings book. What was the fake ID?
So the one character Fogel, he goes to get a fake ID so they can buy liquor in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Comes back with the fake ID. It's from Hawaii, and it only has one name on it. It's McLovin.
Okay.
And they get on him about how that's a stupid name and how he's going to get caught. Why would it be McLovin? Why would you pick McLovin? He's like, well, it was either that or Muhammad. And he's like, why would it be between that or Muhammad? He's like, Muhammad's the most common name on earth. Read a book. So,
True.
Yeah, that movie's an all-time favorite for me, and an all-time prop at the same time, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to think what's the major prop in Goodfellas, which is only above mediocre. Major prop in Goodfellas.
See, there isn't one. The garlic they cut up in prison, maybe?
Yeah.
Melts right into the pan.
Yeah, I can't think of a prop there, of anything at
Helicopter?
the end. Yeah, no. I can't think of a memorable prop, and I know almost every line of it. Okay. By the way, I think she'll be on with Dawn tomorrow, the regular Wednesday, but if you missed Friday's show, I realized it was a semi-movement day. Linda Kearns ignited something, her letter to Al Schmidt, the Secretary of State, about this judge of elections elected. So I went back and I did the research that I could, pulling this, and it's a heck of a story. Now, I'm not sure if this person is going to speak at some point, but it's a Republican, a gadfly at that, doing stuff constantly and winning a judge of elections, the judge of elections in Moscow, Lackawanna County. Okay, there's a Moscow, PA, Putin. And somebody complains to this Democrat judge who apparently had run-ins with this judge of elections Republican before, and just sends the police over and takes this person, Ripley, out of there. Linda Kearns, ballistic, came on with us. The statute's violated, etc. I mean, this is the type of stuff you want to avoid. We say it all the time, the other side, talking about election integrity. Why do people not believe? And why do we have such difficulty around all this stuff? And we're trying to push back on it. So Henry's been diligent, I'm sure, with Al Schmidt. We'll see if he'll come on and talk about this. This is the type of stuff he ought to investigate, and he ought to say, no, can't be doing this stuff. You have to hold a hearing on this. And look, this guy that I told you, at least the news articles that have been written about him, is a gadfly. Bringing up issues on election integrity and the like. But by the statute, we have a reason for this. You can't just go to a judge and say, I want that person out of there. There's got to be a hearing to determine what's happening there. In Philadelphia, this goes on all the time. They play this game, and you got to go before a judge for whatever the complaint is. And even on a day like that, Linda Kearns right on top of it. Now, Scott Presler is our other end of this. He's in Texas, so if we don't get him on today, whatever happens in Texas, hopefully we'll get him on tomorrow. We want to encourage that the law is going to be followed. You have to follow the statutes on this. Nobody knows that better than Linda Kearns. And it just brought me back to some of the things she did above and beyond the call of duty on this stuff. And I think on this station, we're balanced. We're not giving you election deniers type of nonsense that you get with some. But we're also talking about if you want election integrity, then you have to follow the law. If you want people to believe in this stuff, yeah, but it's inconvenient. No, you have to follow the law. You can't snatch this person up, even if the person's a gadfly. That's the word. This person fits it completely, I think. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Side question is we're looking for a movie prop, not plot, coming off the strawberries in the Kane Mutiny and the story I told you of how we got there. Now, you heard Colonel West, though. Kind of surprising to me. He thinks this could be very close with Cornyn and Paxson. And you heard what he said, too. He was the biggest guy way ahead of the curve telling us what an empty suit Beto O'Rourke was. He calls him Robert O'Rourke, which is his real name. Beto is just more of a charismatic thing. Remember that guy, right? Younger voters, they didn't show up and vote. He's lost at every level, ran for president, Senate, Ted Cruz, the whole thing. And he sees Tallarico as not a Beto O'Rourke. you can't just dismiss this guy. And the wife, I didn't know this, of Paxson is a state senator there. And the baggage, look, I would look at this and say, if Paxson is going to give us what we want policy-wise, as much as it pains me, this guy's background is not good as far as off the field, if you will, his own personal life. But we're looking at the country here, and it's going to be an interesting tension to see what happens in Texas. Whereas most people think Cornyn would beat Tallarico. It's a pretty good shot that he would. But then you're stuck again with a rhino. And over the weekend, even more, I see Brian Fitzpatrick here closer to home with this, all over the place again, pushing back on the Trump administration. He's an independent, yada, yada, yada. And the worst, the very worst that he's done, that brings me right to the point of saying, no, you can't vote for this guy. Well, I believe in voting. I guess you can write in somebody else. You can't vote for Bob Harv DeGrasse Harvey, stooge of Diane Marseglia. But the worst thing he's done is to talk up Josh Shapiro. So Josh Shapiro's lawyers over the last couple of days, they now want one or two things to happen. They want the lawsuit to be dismissed by the couple next door that they're trying to rob their land. He is trying to rob their land, in my view, in Abington. Or they want them to fine in their favor, or they want it to be put on hold until after the election. This guy, again, is relentless. He is tough to beat. But on this, he seems to have just lost his way. More and more across the state, we have to let people know. In Pennsylvania, do they like a guy trying to use state troopers to bludgeon next-door neighbor's land over a small strip of land that he is determined he's going to use eminent domain, you didn't do anything with it, to steal their land? Who does stuff like this, particularly when you're running for president? This is how out of control he is. And you heard the conversation we had there with Scott Perry, congressman. We have 4 congressional seats up. The better Stacey Garrity does against Shapiro, the more he's not going to have coattails for those seats. And the Pennsylvania Senate seats are up. I have real worries about that this could go their way. If they have all 3 houses, it will be unimaginable. They barely control the House, and look at what they're doing. They won't bring up the Fairness in Women's Sports Act. Why? Because they know some Democrats are going to vote for it. They just won't bring it up. They blocked it with 1 vote margin, thanks to dopey Doug Mastriano. I have real concerns here about people like Fitzpatrick undercutting Stacey Garrity. Now, you can say, what's Garrity going to do publicly? You know what I mean? I can say it. This guy is beyond what we had to put up with. It's just reaching new levels. The punch bowl crowd that he talks with. So I'll let you know. You have to decide yourself. We have to win that seat, maybe. It could come down to 1 seat or so. I feel better about Republicans, though, for obvious reasons of the stuff that's happened the last couple of weeks, and that people don't like the Democrats even a little bit. So this is a 50-50 in my mind going into the midterms. The Paxson thing, though, I'm still believing with the Trump endorsement in Texas, you're going to hear tonight that Paxson is the nominee, not Cornyn. But I have real concerns hearing Allen West about how people are going to see what went on there with his wife in this manner. I don't know. She was very public about that. And in Texas, it'll be interesting. Are we past that era? People go, I don't care. All right, 855-839-1210. The real Joe of Exton. Often imitated, never fully imitated. How can you get inside that? He's coming up. Zenos, Gary of Newtown. some of the potential all-stars. And Sandra, somebody cut us off there, so I'm coming to you too. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hey, are you sick of prices that are constantly rising, especially in some of your basic health essentials? Well, you're not alone, and Rescue is doing something about it. This Memorial Month, Rescue Natural Supplements is featuring huge rollback prices on all of their products, from cholesterol, metabolic support, to their best-selling high-intensity omega-3s. What's more, you can actually stack your savings. When you buy 2 or more bottles, you'll get bonus bottles for free. Go to res-q.com to shop these deals and stock up on your favorites, or try something new that fits your health goals. Rescue products are meticulously crafted, rigorously tested, and rooted in the belief that wellness should be personal, effective, and grounded in science. So what are you waiting for? Stack your savings with major rollback prices on top of Memorial Month deals site-wide. Shop today, res-q.com, or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Now's the best time to put your health first and start feeling better. Just go to res-q.com.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're so delicious and with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
A warmer air mass builds into the Delaware Valley today. We'll see partly sunny skies with a high temperature back above average at 82. For tonight, becoming mostly cloudy, some showers possible overnight with a low 66. And a humid day on Wednesday, some morning showers possible, then partly sunny with a high again 82.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. See, a lot of people have a good movie prop, P-R-O-P, Coming off a couple things we set up today, they got to make the story revolve around it all in the call. I saw it during the break that Ken Paxton's wife endorsed a lot of people running for various things in Texas, but not her husband. She's filed for divorce. And this is different than, a couple of Hollywood people. I saw on the second anniversary of their marriage, it was out there for some reason today, Lopez and Ben Affleck, she filed for divorce. Yeah, and something like that. Can you imagine the odds on those two remaining together? But this woman used the term, it's biblical. That's why I'm doing this. And that, to me, is pretty heavy-duty stuff. So are people going to say, look, yeah, this guy's a rat, but we have to win Texas, and I want America first in there, and Cornyn is just a rhino. All true. These are the dilemmas we get when voting, like Brian Fitzpatrick over in Bucks County constantly. So that's one thing. Here is Mondani, who has been inching closer and closer, not even inching, galloping toward taking away property and other things in New York. And 50 Cent, as far as I can tell, 50 Cent offered him money to leave. I'm not sure how much. It seemed to be pretty substantial. In other words, if you leave the mayor's office, it's so big. That's why I think he might come on. That this guy's, I'll put my money where my mouth is. We're taking up a fund. How much to get you out of here? I don't think Mondani would ever do it because, he's been a trust fund baby. He's taken care of it, everything up and down the line. And he's got what he wants, a plaything, New York City. Here's Mondani's response, cut 7.
So the shared commitment on this question of affordability.
You have spoken about these financial plans you have, and you made a point on New York radio, which a lot of people listen to address 50 Cent. And he's a critic.
He's a critic
of high taxes.
But let me tell you.
Go ahead, and then we'll play it. Go ahead.
I didn't even know what my salary would be until I opened up Instagram and I saw this thing, which was like 50 Cent offers Mondani X amount of money.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a very specific amount of money. And I was like, oh my God,
Yeah. So now we'll do this in reverse order.
Sorry.
He said, I'll give you $258,000 and a first-class one-way ticket out of New York. That's what you're referencing.
What I would say to you, 50, if you are indeed watching, or anyone else who's watching this show, is I continue to think that having the top 1% of New York City, or making more than $1 million a year, having them pay 2% more for an economic agenda that would transform every New Yorker's life, including their own, is something that is worthwhile. And the reason I say including their own is when you see a city like ours that is underfunding its city agencies, that is pulling back on the most basic things like library services and trash cans, everybody feels the knock-on effects of that. And my job as someone who believes deeply in the public sector is to ensure that we're delivering public excellence. And that means every dollar that we raise, I want to be able to prove to you that it's every dollar that's being well spent.
That last thing, can you imagine? Can you just imagine? 50 Cent, very specific. I can see him, $258,000.
Probably what's left in his bank account.
Yeah, that's probably. You looked at some page, some guy came in and said, there you go. Why, do you think he's not making money now? I thought he's still doing okay. Residuals and everything else?
Residuals maybe, but even I don't know at this point. I know a lot of people hate him.
Be a heck of a guest, though. I mean,
just entertaining is
just not. I should have asked Mr. T's not political about Mondani, but $258,000. That's every dollar I have. I want him out of here. All right, let's go to Joe of Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Good afternoon, Joe.
Yes, hello, Don, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is the sleeper cell guru calling in. And I'm changing my answer.
Okay.
In the film, The Diary of Anne Frank, the signature prop is Anne Frank's diary.
Yes. Oh, that's a great one. Yeah, I think it's somewhere in probably their museum in New York. Joe, you are the person I'd go to, Odysseus. Is that going to play well? Henry thinks out Christopher Nolan. This is going to be a big hit. July 17th. What do you think?
Well, like you say, I would like to see Greeks as actors in there as well. It's an honor to their country and culture.
Yeah, we could have a supporting actor. Thank you, Joe. So, Henry, you're not shaken by that, though. You think that's too what?
What? The whole Greek
few
actor thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's a Greek cultural phenom.
I guess, but isn't that the point of acting? You can act Greek.
Well, yes, we've said that before with various roles. It gets into, I think there was a big film, was it about Asians? And it was a white person. It wasn't Asian. There have been controversies, and I try to look at that. But again, this is so particular. This isn't some just set in Greece thing. This is the whole cultural thing.
Is it? I mean, it's a fictitious
but
adventure.
it's the main
Cyclops
body of
in
it. It's the main body, though, of their history.
All right. Well, it's not like it's not shot in Greece. It's shot in Greece, at least partially.
I don't know about that. He might be shooting it in Jersey or something.
No, I looked it up. There's a few different countries, but one of them is Greece.
One of them is Greece.
Let's see.
Okay.
Morocco, Greece, Italy, Iceland, Scotland, and the Western Sahara.
Oh, that's quite a trip. Gary in Newtown. Nothing in Newtown, though. Hey, Gary, good afternoon. Gary? We lost Gary there. I don't know what happened.
Phone.
Okay, I'll put you on hold, Gary. Zenos in Upper Darby. Oh, what an opportune moment. Hey, Zenos, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. You know what? I'm going to have to make a little bit of a comment about Odysseus.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. That movie is not going to go nowhere.
Why do you say that? Yeah.
For the simple fact is, when Helena of Troy is portrayed by a black actress, which I have nothing against black actresses, because you're not going to the narrative of the movie. You got 5,000 white people, and Helena of Troy is black. She is a beautiful woman, but she's not right for the part. You know what? That's like having a white lady playing Tina Turner in a movie.
Wait a minute. I wouldn't say it goes quite that far because I think, well, I'm not sure. We could argue about people in that region and complexions and all that, but it is an attempt to start a controversy without a doubt around this. There's no doubt.
It is a controversy, Dom, because there's a lot of Greek. If you remember the movie, The 300 Spartans, there was plenty of Greek actors in there. But the way I'm saying, it's not going to hold true. It doesn't hold true to the narrative of ancient Greece and a book that was written almost 3,000 years ago. And that's not for me to say that she's not a bad actress. It just does not look appropriate when you're playing that part, and it's not going to go anywhere. It's like, who's next? If he makes a movie, what's he going to have? Some Chinese guy playing Alexander the Great?
Okay, we'll see. Okay, July 17th is the date, so Henry and I and you will all be able to take a look now. Big time, probably the biggest director out there momentarily. So we'll see.
He is a big director, Tom. But you gotta be true to the movie when you're making that kind of a movie. That's my opinion on it. Like I said, I have nothing against the actress, but you got to stick to the movie. A lot of them played Odysseus, and I don't think it's going to go far because people are going to look at that. And it has nothing to do with the actress. It does not make any sense. It does not fit the narrative.
All right, Zenos, give me your side.
My side is one of my best actors. He always used the 6-gun all the time in the same. It had that yellow handle. Was John Wayne's 6-shooter.
All right, I don't remember him using a gun too often, but okay. Yeah, with John Wayne, what would be the prop? Yeah, he not quite. Wyatt Earp is the peacekeeper.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the prop. Yeah. All right, 855-839-1210. We're coming to you on the lightning round. Hit us with that all-time movie prop that's coming off the strawberry thing. And I did side with Pope Leo today. He's right. First encyclical, though. That is pretty amazing. The first encyclical he writes is about AI. Okay? Now, does that have any sway with Catholics? Who are going to be the people that determine perceptually where we are with AI. If I had to say it's up for grabs, but I think it's 60-40 against it in general terms right now, maybe more. And it seems to be the average person is the one most worried about AI. And they're being told, well, you don't understand. That's not going to be enough. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210.
Is life insurance still on your list of New Year's resolutions? Now is the perfect time to add it. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Dr. Anthony Fauci. 6 years later, millions of people are dead, trillions of dollars were spent, our civil liberties were shredded by mandates and lockdowns. The man at the center of it all has never faced a single consequence. He's a doctor. He only wants to do what's best for you. Doctors have egos. Doctors like to make a lot of money. And when you've been in charge of whatever you've been in charge of going back almost 4 decades, you start to walk around like your you-know-what doesn't stink, and anybody that questions you is beneath you. Remember the arrogance of this guy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Yeah.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. Hit us with that all-time movie prop. And I think I will see this film with Odysseus. I don't know if we would take a listener group along, whether they come for this or not.
In
But
IMAX?
It's going to be, this is going to be. I am a huge fan of the whole. I'm trying to remember. I'll have it tomorrow. There's a couple of lines in there. I don't think we've ever done a line of. I don't know how entertaining. You know what? We have such off-the-wall thinkers. If I ask for a line of poetry that sticks with you, I think we might get some pretty good stuff. We'll
I don't know if you'd get one from me.
Poetry. Yeah, well, it's just the line from a particular poem. Richard Cory is the poem I'm thinking of. Very short. He glittered when he walked, and at the end doesn't end well for Richard Cory. In other words, that was all a subterfuge. But I got to get the precise line of that. All right, let's go to back to Sandra here. We were finishing up with Pope Leo and all that. All right, Sandra, what's your side?
Hi, Dom. I'll make this quick. It's from the movie Rocky when he was beginning his training and he broke 5 eggs into a glass, one at a time. And after each time he broke it, everybody who watched that movie kept thinking, oh, please don't drink it. And after he filled it with 5 eggs, that provokes the same reaction and from everybody who sees it and subsequent times when you watch the movie.
Absolutely. All right, that is a good one. Thank you, Sandra. Yeah, I don't know the eggs, though, as a prop, but the thing, and Don Cannon, he used to be right down the hall from us, I think is the voice on the radio. If you're bringing it outside, bundle it up. It's cold out there as Rocky first breaks those eggs. Karis in Hintersville, Pennsylvania. Hey, Karis, what do you have?
Hi, Don. Thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome.
I have the ruby slippers. How would it be a movie without the ruby slippers?
All right, thank you, Karis. Gary in Newtown back with us. Hey, Gary, what's yours today?
Hey, Dom, Dan, Henry, Kirk. Nice to talk to you guys on this New Year's Day.
Thank you again.
Just letting you know, John Wayne's prop would have been the miniature horse that they used for him.
Good one.
Nice.
And while I might not want 214 credits for this, I at least won 8. But the exploding message in every one of the Mission Impossible series and or movies, that would be the 8 times, is my answer, should you choose to accept it.
Well put. All right. Thank you for your attention to that. Everybody's stealing that from Trump. That's true.
Right.
The TV show, I think, I haven't seen, I couldn't take it after more than a few, but the TV show was very good, and that was a key role in it. Lance in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance.
How you doing, Dom and all? And Dom, yesterday I got gas at 12th and Race, and it was $5.49 a gallon.
Whoa! Wait a minute, 12th and Race, $5.49 regular?
Yeah, and it didn't come with chicken nuggets either.
But Lance, you know what? The others, our friends over at the Sunoco near Lincoln Drive, they stuck at $4.99, and the Chestnut Hill has stuck at it. $5.49 is pretty bold. My God.
Yeah, because they got a restaurant attached to it now. Used to be a Shell. Now it's one of them soft hot chickens.
Unbelievable. What's your side, Lance?
Yeah. Well, 2 of my favorite actors, Charlton Heston, Yul Brynner, because he's bald like me. When Charlton Heston played Moses, he gets the tablets, the 10 Commandments off of Mount Sinai, and that's the prop, the stone tablets.
That's a good one. Now, see, I always see Lance as a guy with a full head of hair.
Same
I'm not
here.
sure why. Yes, I didn't see baldness there.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, and I've seen some of these listeners. Yeah, what is it that we determine hair or no hair?
Can you hear that in someone's voice?
Yes. I mean, over the years, people have described me as short, bald, among other things. And how do you tell the height from that? Where's that? The other is, well, then there's the people that believe there's a wig. Come the Mulligans, we'll have the hair feeling festivities going on there. Okay. Kirk, who did you like today?
I choose to accept it. What the hell? Guy from Newtown with the exploding message.
Oh, you like the Gary Newtown.
Yep,
Okay.
I
There
do.
were a lot of good ones today.
Yeah,
Henry,
I tried.
how about yours?
I do second that. I liked Gary's call with the exploding message, if we choose to accept it.
Okay.
And Lenny and Pittman with the Trans Am from Smokey and the Bandit.
Okay, I'll go. I like how he framed the call. It was all in the call. Gary in Newtown there.
All right,
We'll go
nice.
with that. By the way, I didn't get a chance to show. I don't know if I'll wear them again tomorrow. Henry, did you notice the pants are much different? These are kind of jogging pants.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
So real thick jeans?
No, they're not real thick jeans. No, they have that, they don't go all the way down to the sock and all that. Not like the South Philly mob jogging outfits they never jog in. So not always jeans. There's a limit to the time. Today feels like a day of shorts, not the jeans. But, I have to have many changes of clothes at Mulligan's. I will wear jeans in the beginning just to be defiant. I don't care if it's 100 out. It feels like a jeans day. Okay. And we'll flesh out the All-Star thing. So Alan West has turned me a little bit today. He thinks Cornyn could win. I don't see it. I think it'll be Paxson against Tallarico. But he also said, Tallarico is not Beto O'Rourke, that there is some tension there in Texas. So do I go to the full thing? Okay. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. And hopefully we'll have Scott Presler on deck tomorrow when we get the result of this. And, of course, people want less of the Cornyn's of the world in the Senate. I think President Trump reacted because the entire Senate, there's at least 7 to 10 of them, not even the Murkowski types. That's beyond anything. I'm talking about the Thunes of the world and others who are just not going to move on the issues that have widespread support. The Save America Act is just the most recent example. They're not going to do it. They think they're independent of it. That's okay, then, to send a message by taking Cornyn out and not endorsing him. Problem is, you got to win now. And if Paxton doesn't win, if he is the nominee, and I think he will be, I can't imagine tomorrow, if he is not the nominee and it is Cornyn, that is huge news. It'll be Paxton, though. And we'll have a lot to talk about tomorrow. Thanks to Kirk and Henry today. And Christopher Nolan, you better be good, buddy. We're going to have a lot riding on this. This is going to be all of July talk. I already have it scheduled. Afternoon show is next. I guess, yeah, it's 4 hours, right? 4 big hours here coming up on Talk Radio 1210. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. And again, special thanks, and we'll tell her that again tomorrow, to Linda Kearns and her work. More on that coming up. Talk Radio 1210,